Police search for suspects in a pair of deadly bomb explosions.
2 bombs, 2 dead, and threats of more to come.
What we're referring to, of course, are the 2 explosions, one at the Judge Building this morning and another at a home in Holiday. 2 people are dead and 2 people injured. The bombings that occurred today were done by a very sophisticated, planned assassin.
What you have is 2 very sophisticated bomb devices that were purposely set to purposely kill individuals, even to the point that those boxes had the individuals' names written on the top of them.
By all indications, the bombs were the work of professionals.
It has to do with the White Salamander letter, which is now in the possession of the LDS Church.
Was well known locally as a collector of historical LDS documents, including one that recently caused quite a stir within the church.
Centers on the controversial White Salamander letter. It was Stephen Christensen who produced that letter and turned it over to the LDS Church.
That's the letter that surfaced about a year ago, at least rumors of the letter began surfacing, and generated a good deal of controversy because of rumors about its contents.
Is there any indication that the letter sparked, either within or without Mormon circles, such animosity or feeling or controversy as to incite somebody to use that as a motive to kill somebody?
I think we have to remember, Bruce, that religion sometimes breeds amongst people some extremes and some real fanaticism.
What we've got is we've got hired assassination.
Hired assassination?
I would say we have a hired assassination on people for a specific reason.
It was Tuesday, October 15th, 1985, in Salt Lake City, Utah. The sun was just starting to rise over the Wasatch Mountains. There was a chill in the air. The wind that day was merciless. Winter was fast approaching. At 6:30 a.m., a dark-colored van pulled up to the Judge Building in downtown Salt Lake, a modest 7-story neoclassical structure built in 1907 that provided rented office spaces for various businesses. The driver of the van turned off the engine and climbed out. He had brown hair and was wearing a green Letterman jacket, a garment typically worn by high school and college students, signifying their membership on an athletic team. But the man did not look like a stereotypical athlete. He was rather thin around the arms, pudgy in the gut, and weak in the chin. His face had soft, boyish features, and he wore glasses. In short, he looked like a classic nerd. Unnoticed, the man walked into the Judge Building. He got into the elevator and headed up to the 6th floor. He wanted to check if anyone was around. But it was early enough in the morning that the 6th floor was devoid of life. The man returned to the elevator, went down to the ground floor, and walked back out to his van. He retrieved a small package that he had wrapped in brown paper earlier that morning. The package contained a bomb that the man had assembled the night before. In fact, he had stayed up all night making 2. The man had bought the various component parts for these implements of death several days ago. Years later, the man would admit, quote, "The bomb parts for the first 2 bombs were purchased a week or 2 before they were constructed. My idea, at that point, was to have the materials on hand to keep my options open. So probably the day I made the purchase was the first time I considered taking a life to get myself out of the jam I felt I was in. I felt, at the time, like drastic measures were called for. Someone would have to die, but I didn't know who." At approximately 6:45 a.m., the man re-entered the Judge Building and again got into the elevator. This time, it wasn't empty. A man named Bruce Passy was headed up to his job on the 7th floor. Passy glanced at the man with the package. He hadn't seen him around the office building before. In particular, Passy took note of the man's green Letterman jacket. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and the man got off and Passy thought no more about it. The man in the green Letterman jacket walked down the hallway and stopped at office suite 609. He bent over and placed the package on the floor next to the door. As he did so, a woman named Janet McDermott arrived via the elevator. She was a service representative for the local insurance company. She had arrived early to get some paperwork in order before heading out to meet her first client for the day. She took note of the man in the Letterman jacket. She didn't recognize him. He moved quickly toward the elevator. Janet walked down to her office across the hall from suite 609. She noticed the package. It didn't have any stamps or an address on it, just a name. Perhaps it was a gift. She debated whether or not she should take it into her office for safekeeping until the occupant of suite 609 arrived. She decided against it and stepped into her office. An hour and a half later, at approximately 8:15 a.m., Janet McDermott finished with her paperwork and got ready to head out to her first meeting. She exited her office. Janet noticed that the package was still there in the hall. She resolved to pick it up and take it into her office, leaving a note for the occupant of suite 609 that she had it. She bent over to grab it. Suddenly, Janet noticed a man walking down the hallway swiftly toward her. He had dark brown hair, combed neatly into a dorky helmet head, a Lego figurine side parting that would look like a caricature of a Bible salesman today, but was almost universal among the good Christian men of Utah in the 1980s. The man wore a well-tailored suit and carried with him a six-pack of Tab Cola and a box of donuts. It was Stephen Christensen, a local stockbroker and financial consultant who served as a bishop in the Church of Latter-day Saints. He was also the occupant of suite 609 and a loving husband and father. Janet McDermott straightened up and smiled at Christensen. He smiled back. Just then, Janet remembered that she needed to call her answering service, which was a separate business that took phone calls and messages for people in the pre-digital age. Janet needed to let them know she was heading out for the day. She headed back into her office, leaving the door open behind her, and picked up the phone. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Stephen Christensen, juggling his box of donuts and his six-pack of Tab Cola, bent over to pick up the package, resting in front of his office door. The package exploded. The pipe bomb inside the package had been wrapped with several dozen thick masonry nails, almost half an inch in diameter and 3 inches long, and they immediately flew in every direction as shrapnel, entering Christensen's body at multiple points. One masonry nail pierced his right eye and lodged into his brain. Meanwhile, the front of his suit flew off in tatters. His tie landed on the floor, burned, but still neatly knotted. The force of the explosion ripped a large hole in Christensen's torso, exposing the bones of his ribcage, and, further down, disemboweling him. Further down again, it castrated him. The blast also tore open his right thigh and blew off his foot. He soared up into the air and then landed in a crumpled heap where he had just been standing. Around him were 6 partially melted and foaming Tab cans and the smashed and minuscule remains of his donuts. The door of Christensen's office no longer existed. But Stephen Christensen was still alive. He moaned in pain. Then he began to weep from the agony. Across the hall, Janet McDermott had been dialing the answering service when the bomb went off. She was immediately thrown to the floor, injuring her leg. After the shock of the event had faded, Janet's first thought was that someone was trying to kill her. Then she thought she heard the wail of a dying baby out in the hallway. She crawled across the carpet of her office, over pieces of plywood and broken glass, to the threshold, to look for the dying infant. Then she realized the sound was coming from Stephen Christensen, who lay mangled upon the floor. It wasn't long before he was dead. Then silence reigned on the 6th floor of the Judge Building. Janet lay there for what seemed like an eternity, in the eerie calmness. Then the heavy footfalls of the building manager and first responders could be heard on the emergency staircase. An hour later, at 9:28 a.m., in the wealthy suburb of Holiday, roughly 11 miles northwest of downtown Salt Lake City, 50-year-old housewife Kathy Sheets pulled her red Audi sports car into the driveway of her house. She was a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 3. 2 of her kids were still living at home. Her husband was the millionaire stockbroker and financial consultant, Gary Sheets, who had once employed Stephen Christensen. They had recently severed ties over an investment deal gone bad. That morning, Gary was at a meeting. Kathy had been shopping. As she pulled into the driveway, Kathy spotted something resting next to the door of the garage, a copy of today's newspaper and a small package wrapped in brown paper. She climbed out of her Audi and walked up to the items. She picked up the newspaper and then began to scoop up the brown package. It exploded. Unlike Stephen Christensen, Kathy Sheets was killed instantly. A witness later described her facial expression as she lay lifeless on the ground as serene. She didn't know what had hit her, passing into eternity, none the wiser. The blast, meanwhile, demolished a corner of the garage. It shredded the front of Kathy's parka and sent feathers flying across the yard. The explosion disemboweled her and tore off her left breast. It also ripped off her fingers and severed her left arm at the elbow. Given that the 2 bombings that morning were obviously connected, the police quickly concluded that the explosive had been intended for Gary Sheets rather than his wife. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, Gary Sheets speculated to police and the media that the perpetrator was likely a disgruntled former investor of theirs, though, for the life of them, he couldn't exactly imagine who could be so angry as to do something so monstrous. The police were puzzled. If Gary Sheets was the target, then the perpetrator was pretty sloppy. With the second package lying out there in the open, anyone could have picked it up. A helpful neighbor, a curious kid from down the street, or one of the Sheets' 2 teenagers who were still living at home. In the event, Kathy was the most likely to be around that morning. And so, it was Kathy who died. Years later, the bomber stated that, quote, "As strange as it may sound, it was almost a game. My thoughts were, it didn't matter if it was Mr. Sheets, a child, a dog, whoever." The next 24 hours passed with the public on high alert and the media comparing Salt Lake City to Lebanon and Northern Ireland. The police had no solid leads. The following day, a 3rd bomb went off in the Toyota MR2 sports car of yet another business associate of Stephen Christensen. The man was severely injured and rushed to hospital. His name was Mark Hofmann, a 40-year-old collector of rare books and documents, a loving husband, and a doting father of 4 young children. A modest man, well respected in his field. In the coming days, after he underwent intensive surgery and gradually recovered, Hofmann would privately make the most astonishing claim to his friends and family from his hospital bed. Powerful figures in the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church, were trying to kill him. Meet Mark Hofmann. Mark William Hofmann was born on December 7th, 1954, in Salt Lake City, Utah, the center of gravity of the Mormon world. His father, Bill Hofmann, was a mortician at the time, and his mother, Lucille, was a housewife. Mark Hofmann also had two sisters, born 1953 and 1959. Like many households in Salt Lake City, the Hofmann family was highly devout. Lucille, maiden name Sears, was descended from 5 generations of Mormons. Among them were ancestors who first followed Brigham Young out to Utah in the 1840s, in the hope of establishing a theocracy in the West. Joseph Smith's prophesied kingdom of God that an Illinois lynch mob didn't let him live to see. Further ancestors of Lucille's came direct from England, amid a surprisingly large pool of converts who were convinced that a sequel to the New Testament was currently happening on American soil. For the first few decades of the religion, the Mormons practiced polygamy, wherein one man was commanded by God to take on many wives, usually teenage girls at the start of their fertility, and father as many children as possible. However, in 1890, the Utah territorial government was itching for statehood in the USA, where polygamy was abhorred. As such, the Mormon leadership had another conveniently timed revelation from the divine, telling them to abandon polygamy. This would certainly grease the wheels for statehood within the Union. But rather than accept this, Lucille's grandfather fled to Mexico with his 5 young wives. They returned to Utah shortly thereafter, and the family continued to practice polygamy in utter secrecy for another generation. Lucille was the product of one of these polygamous unions. Meanwhile, Hofmann's father, Bill, was the son of a German soldier who had converted to Mormonism after being wounded in World War I. He had moved to Zurich, married a Swiss woman, and had many children, of which Bill Hofmann was number 8. The family moved to Utah, God's new and improved promised land, in 1929, 1 year after Bill was born. In turn, Bill Hofmann had married Lucille in 1947, when they were both teenagers. Shortly thereafter, as part of his religious duties, Bill went off to Europe for 3 years as a missionary, knocking on doors, seeking the credulous and emotionally vulnerable, and irritating pretty much everybody else. Upon his return to Utah in 1950, Hofmann worked as a mortician to support his growing family. Bill and Lucille ran a strict but loving household, and while restrictions were harsh and religious indoctrination was endless, they never inflicted any punishments akin to cruelty or child abuse, at least not any that were subsequently reported by Mark or his sisters. In 1960, at age 5, in front of his proud parents and a congregation of smiling faces, Mark Hofmann pledged his utmost devotion to the Mormon religion. The young lad had been schooled for several months to repeat the lines, "I testify to you, I know the Book of Mormon is true. I know Joseph Smith was a prophet of God. I know the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the only true and living church on the face of the earth." On the same day, across Utah, hundreds of other neatly educated 5- and 6-year-old boys would speak, with similarly impressive certainty, about miraculous events with next to no witnesses that occurred in a man's bedroom and the woods of upstate New York more than a century prior. That night, Mark Hofmann thrilled his parents by reciting, from memory, long passages of Mormon scripture. Then, Hofmann belted out the hymn, "I Want to Go on a Mission." Shortly afterward, in late 1960, Bill Hofmann moved his family to California, where he had found work as a salesman. They lived for 4 years in the small town of Buena Park in Orange County, amid a small community of other Mormons. The children were kept isolated from anyone who wasn't of their faith. In 1963, at age 8, Mark Hofmann was baptized. The following year, 1964, the Hofmann family moved back to Salt Lake City, Utah, where Bill found a job as a salesman for Pitney Bowes, an office supply and printing company. He would work that job for much of the rest of his life. As such, the Hofmanns were never a wealthy family, like many Mormon families aspired to be, but they ran a clean, warm, and happy home, with its members devoted in daily service to God. As a young lad, Mark Hofmann attended church for 2 hours on Sunday, followed by Sunday school, then a family discussion about religion on Monday, then daily community meetings about religion the rest of the week, combined with regular religious activities and seminars, before Sunday rolled around again. Mark also joined the Boy Scouts, and the Utah branches were naturally overseen by the Mormon Church. The Scoutmasters liked to talk about faith and the bravery of Brigham Young's pioneers. Mark watched Saturday morning cartoons, which were, of course, heavily curated by the Mormon Church, and which relentlessly repeated the miracle of the prophet, Joseph Smith, being instructed to translate the Book of Mormon from mysterious golden plates by the angel Moroni. There were other stories to be told, both biblical and non-biblical, but Joseph Smith's was by far the best one. And who, I ask you, could ever grow sick of hearing it? Mark also took an interest in coin collecting, a hobby which, thankfully, was not in violation of any religious strictures. In 1967, at age 12, Mark and the other boys his age were ordained as deacons in the Aaronic priesthood, a lifelong undertaking to the Mormon Church that, if Mark ever forsook it, would bar him entry into the celestial kingdom, the highest of the three heavens, where he would live alongside God and Jesus and have the opportunity to become a god himself, have millions of wives in the afterlife, and rule over a planet. The other two heavens, terrestrial and telestial, weren't as fancy, and he'd live as a eunuch, but they sure beat the outer darkness, where the really bad apples went. Also at age 12, Mark Hofmann learned rudimentary engraving techniques, which he used to alter some of the coins in his collection, making them appear to be rarer than they really were. At age 13, Mark and his friends planned a day in the woods where they would hunt for treasure. On the morning of the treasure hunt, before dawn, Mark went out to the woods alone and buried a glass jar containing some of his coins underneath a tree. He returned home. The boys spent all day searching the woods for treasure and found nothing until, near the end of the hunt, Mark dug up his jar of coins again and became their celebrated hero. It must have felt good. At age 14, Hofmann forged a rare mint mark on a dime and sent it off to the U.S. Treasury to be authenticated. A few weeks later, the Treasury returned the coin, along with a certificate which said that the rare coin was genuine. It was also at the age of 14 that Mark Hofmann became an atheist, angrily concluding that Joseph Smith wasn't a prophet who had been visited by the angel Moroni, but was, in fact, a 19th century cult leader and a horny fraud. Despite coming to that conclusion, even as a teenager, Hofmann knew to keep it to himself. The Mormon community of Salt Lake City was so protective of its faith that even the slightest criticism of Joseph Smith ran the risk of getting cut off by your family and ostracized by the community. So what would happen if you became an atheist and called Smith a conscious charlatan and megalomaniac who preyed upon teenage girls. Well, overnight, your life and future prospects would become incomparably worse unless you left the Salt Lake Valley to start fresh elsewhere. And giving up your connections via Mormonism meant giving up quite a lot. Salt Lake City in 1969 was a prosperous, wealthy, well-to-do city, not some backwater inbred hovel in the Ozarks or some barn-raising horse and cart Amish community stuck in the 18th century. Sure, Utah had largely fended off the countercultural movement of the 1960s, and sure, there was the old joke of an airline pilot telling his passengers, "We are making our descent into Salt Lake City. Please set your watch back 10 years. But there was a ton of money to be made if you played ball with the church. The Mormons of Salt Lake were businessmen, lawyers, even medical doctors. These weren't the wide-eyed country bumpkins whom Joseph Smith had convinced to part with their life savings, obey his commands without question, surrender their wives and daughters for his sexual pleasure, attempt political assassinations, and plot the overthrow of the U.S. government. The modern Mormons of Salt Lake were highly intelligent, civilized, hardworking, enterprising, and articulate. They just turned a blind eye to the absurdities of the church's origins and the darker nature of Joseph Smith. Such were the results of relentless childhood indoctrination and vigorous church censorship. Even then, in 1969, only 40% of Mormons regularly attended Sunday worship. That number has been demolished to around 15% today. And numerous ex-Mormons have attested to the fact that many of their former neighbors didn't actually believe that Joseph Smith used a magic stone in a top hat to translate a language he didn't understand from golden plates he was reluctant to let people see. But they paid lip service to the religion anyway, to live in a clean city, to enjoy a loving family life, to exploit numerous business connections, and avoid the uncomfortable degeneracy of modern life. It was like belonging to a country club. We shall never know for certain what percentage of Mormons worship their God and recite the Book of Mormon, but don't believe a word of it. So, at age 14, Mark Hofmann joined the ranks of the superficially devout. But he was angry to discover that the entire world around him was a lie, and that anger did not fade with time. Hofmann developed a nihilistic form of atheism. Life itself was worthless. Morality was an empty construct. There was no purpose to existence, so you might as well enjoy yourself. And it didn't matter if you did something immoral, so long as you didn't get caught. He did not fill the void left by God with some other form of purpose or a secularly derived code of honor. As for the budding forger's relationship with the truth, Hofmann once said, "If you tell a lie and everyone believes it, then that lie is indistinguishable from reality. It becomes the truth." It is distinctly possible that Joseph Smith would have agreed with him. As Mark Hofmann entered his teenage years, he added stamp collecting to his hobbies and developed a keen interest in history and chemistry, the latter of which lent itself to his secret hobby of forging, which he continued to refine. Hofmann also became a fan of close-up magic, because of course he did. Although he believed morality was an empty construct, Hofmann managed to stay out of trouble. Only once, at age 15, did he get caught for shoplifting, but he was never prosecuted. And although naturally bright, Hofmann was an apathetic student, partially fueled by his nihilistic outlook on the world. He graduated high school 573rd out of a class of 700. Nevertheless, his parents could see that their son was highly intelligent. Bill and Lucille entertained the idea that Mark could rise through the ranks of the church and join the general authority. Lucille went as far as to think Mark could rise to the top and become president of the Church of Latter-day Saints, prophet, seer, and revelator, official successor to Joseph Smith, speaking with the authority of God himself. The Mormon Church certainly would have experienced an eventful couple of years if Lucille had been right. Then, in November 1973, the inevitable came. Mark Hofmann, nearly 19 years old, was called upon by the Mormon Church to travel across the world to perform 2 years of missionary work. 10,000 such missionaries would be sent out in 1974. It was a traditional part of every young man's life and kept up the slow trickle of converts coming in from across the globe. A crucial task to keep Mormon numbers in their millions, along with coming home and having a great many babies, of course. The church elders informed Mark that he had been assigned to Bristol in the United Kingdom. He gave the well-drilled, scripted response: "Please be assured of my eagerness to serve in the England Southwest Mission. I have a strong testimony and promise to serve my Heavenly Father diligently and represent my family, church, and mission well. I sustain the leaders of the church and all those in authority with my mission. I pray that we will lead many people to the truths of the gospel." Privately, however, Mark did not want to go on a mission to knock on doors, embarrass himself, and try to spread a religion he didn't believe in. But if he wanted to maintain his relationship with his parents and the wider community, he needed to maintain the pious fiction. Hofmann also bristled at the absurd pageantry of the endowment ceremony he had to undergo before leaving. Hofmann had to stand naked in the basement of the temple, draped in a white sheet, with a few hundred other young men, while a Mormon elder splattered him with water, and another elder touched his head, lips, and, under the sheet, his genitals as a form of blessing. Then the touching was repeated with the splattering of holy oil. The reason for this bizarre, uncomfortable display of modern woo-woo was that Joseph Smith had attended quite a few Masonic meetings back in the day and turned the dial on some of their most outlandish rituals up to 11. Hofmann was then presented with a fresh set of garments of the holy priesthood, often referred to in wider society as magic underwear, which he was expected to wear day and night. The garments were decorated with arcane-looking symbols, also plagiarized from the Freemasons. Then the elders confirmed that Hofmann knew the secret Mormon handshake, where you grip the other person's hand with your fingers, splayed like a wide tiger's claw, and press your middle finger deeply into the main artery of their wrist. This is called the sure nail of the cross. Finally, Hofmann uttered the secret passphrase, "Health in the navel, marrow in the bone, blessing on my posterity for all time and all eternity." He was then ushered through a curtain symbolizing passage into the celestial kingdom, the highest of all heavens, where one could live as a god alongside the righteous congregation, Jesus Christ, and God himself, who, in Mormonism, is said to have a corporeal form. A few weeks later, in January 1974, Mark Hofmann touched down at Heathrow Airport and made his way to Paddington and hopped on a train to Bristol. He was both shocked and elated at how liberated England was in the 1970s compared to back home. The absurd fashions, the cheeky, thinly veiled references to sex, and the omnipresent consumption of alcohol. Britain, in the 1970s, still had a fairly stodgy atmosphere in some respects, but to Hofmann, it might as well have been Vegas. During the day, Hofmann diligently performed his missionary work. He had fellow missionaries with him to keep him in check, and he was knocking on doors and trying to convert the local populace. He once faked tears of joy when talking about Mormonism to a Bristol housewife. There was also a small but significant Caribbean black community in Bristol, but Hofmann recalls being under strict instructions not to bother approaching them, since blacks were not permitted as full members of the Mormon Church until 1978. This was a result of Brigham Young's interpretation of the curse of Cain, whereby God marked Cain's skin after he murdered his brother Abel, and Mormons thought the cursed mark was black skin. At night, Hofmann would slip down to the pub and consume a cheeky pint and a couple of whiskeys, and then head home to watch Monty Python's Flying Circus on the TV. On his days off, he'd make day trips to Stonehenge, the Cotswolds, the Roman ruins of Bath, and a few medieval castles in Wales. Hofmann also traveled around the country, visiting second-hand bookshops, where he was delighted to discover you could buy 100-year-old volumes for a couple of quid. All the way up in Manchester, there was a large collection of Mormon and anti-Mormon works from the 19th century. Hofmann bought as much as he could, and hid the books under his bed in a sealed box, with his signature signed over the tape, so his Mormon brothers could not spy on what he was reading. One of the anti-Mormon tracts was William Jarman's account of polygamy-era Utah in the 1880s. Jarman entitled the book, Hell on Earth. Hofmann also jumped at the opportunity to purchase a more recent work, No Man Knows My History, first published in 1945 by ex-Mormon turned UCLA professor Fawn Brody. It was a scathing biography of Joseph Smith, which used a plethora of historical sources to lay bare the great prophet's many deceptions and dark perversions. Not to mention his abject megalomania and escalating violence that nearly got thousands of people killed, Mormon and non-Mormon alike. Avidly digesting all the anti-Mormon works he could, Hofmann was horrified by what he read. He had known for half a decade that Joseph Smith had made all manner of absurd claims in his lifetime, but church censorship back home had prevented him from learning the full depth of the depravity. He had always had contempt for Mormonism as a teenager, but now Hofmann began to feel the stirrings of a deep hatred for the church for the first time, hating it in a way only a grown man can hate. According to what Hofmann read, it was far, far worse than he imagined. What Joseph Smith had done wasn't just dishonest or creepy. It was violent. It was cruel. It was criminal. Meet Joseph Smith. Given that Mark Hofmann's war against the Church of Latter-day Saints would involve secret attempts to invalidate or debunk certain aspects of Mormon history, it's just as well if we are on the same page with regard to our knowledge of Joseph Smith. And it would be even better if that page said more than founder of that weird religion with the magic underwear. So consider this chapter a true crime story within a true crime story, like a Russian doll. Joseph Smith Jr. was born on December 23rd, 1805, one of 11 children to Lucy and Joseph Smith Sr., a merchant farming family in Vermont. Smith's entire family believed in religious folk magic, from divine visions to fortune-telling to witchcraft. Folklore and strange rituals were not unusual among less educated farming communities in North America or Europe at the time. It was sort of a halfway house between austere theology of the pulpit and medieval peasant superstition. And for believers in folk magic, of which there were many, it was part of daily life. A spell could be cast to ensure a good harvest or to make the cows produce more milk. Unfortunately, the prevailing belief in folk magic also left the population vulnerable to all manner of deceptions. Around the time of Joseph Smith's birth, his father literally bet the farm by investing in a crop of ginseng. It didn't work out and destroyed the family financially. They had to sell the family farm and spend the next several years moving around the country, while Lucy and Joseph Smith Sr. worked as day laborers. Thus, as Joseph Jr. grew up, money was hard to come by. He had little in the way of a formal education, and was taught basic reading, writing, and arithmetic by his parents. His mother, Lucy, noted that Joseph didn't like to read. This included the Bible, which Lucy said Joseph didn't bother to read through entirely until he was an adult. Conversely, Joseph Jr. was fond of making up tall tales about the lives of Native Americans, on whom he claimed to be a sort of expert. In 1812, when Joseph was 6 years old and his family was living in Connecticut, the boy's leg became infected with typhoid bacteria, and he had to get part of the bone sawn away without anesthetic. He spent the next few years on crutches and had a limp for the rest of his life. In 1817, when Smith was 11, his family moved to the village of Palmyra in New York State, where almost all of them, regardless of age, worked as day laborers to make ends meet. By 1820, the family had saved up enough to take out a mortgage on a small farm outside the village and build a log cabin on the land. They later failed to keep up with their mortgage payments, and the farm was repossessed. It was also in 1820, when Joseph Jr. was 14, that he would later claim he was visited in the woods by Jesus Christ and God himself. The father and son duo helpfully informed Smith that all Christian denominations on the planet had turned away from the true meaning of the gospel. Smith did not recount this tale to anyone until the 1830s, and the story was likely invented at a later date. Like Mark Hofmann, Joseph Smith spent his teenage years scamming people on treasure hunts. He claimed to be an expert in a form of divination, wherein Smith would place a crystal into a top hat and peer into it, and the crystal would somehow communicate information about nearby treasure. Smith would charge people a fee for the service, whether they found anything or not. Shockingly, most of the time, they did not. In 1825, when Smith was 19, he conned a farmer into paying for his crystal in a top hat services to help find a lost Spanish gold mine in Pennsylvania. Smith traveled there with a search party, but there was one problem. The Spanish were never in Pennsylvania. Smith was lying to the farmer. To be clear, this is not a matter of conjecture or interpretation. This is a matter of historical record. The great prophet, Joseph Smith, founder of an entire religion spanning 17.5 million people today, was conning an array of credulous victims with his crystal in a top hat pantomime of hocus pocus. Additionally, his father, unlucky in commerce, was all too happy to take part in these scams. In fact, it seems as though the entirety of the Smith family was in on it. After all, it was good money. While living in Pennsylvania, Smith had a fling with an 18-year-old schoolteacher named Emma Hale, much to her father's disapproval. Meanwhile, the treasure hunt was unsurprisingly a failure, and Smith returned to New York, where he was arrested for fraud. Smith's trial was in March 1826, where it is unclear if the judge threw the case out of court, or if Smith was found guilty and merely let go without fine or jail time. From there, Smith conned a wealthy farmer, Joseph Knight, into paying him to look for buried treasure on the 4 farms he owned. Knight paid Smith $14 a month, or $450 in modern money, for the service. Again, unsurprisingly, after 9 months, Smith found nothing. In January 1827, at the age of 21, Joseph Smith eloped with Emma Hale, and they moved in with Smith's parents in the village of Manchester, New York, to avoid the wrath of Emma's father. The question was, what to do for money? Shortly after getting married, Joseph Smith decided to invent a religion, or rather, to write a sequel to one, with himself as its central protagonist. At the time, Smith was hardly unique in this regard. This was the era of the Second Great Awakening in America, a grassroots pushback against the hyper-rationalism of the Enlightenment and the deism of the elite class and the majority of the founding fathers. The revolutionary fervor of the 18th century had faded. People wanted certainty. Numerous figures emerged on the eastern seaboard at the time, claiming to be messengers of God. Jemima Wilkinson, William Miller, Ann Lee, and numerous other street preachers that were complained about by contemporaries. They all had the divine whispering in their ear, and they all claimed to have unique insight into how people should live their lives and, more importantly, where they should donate their money in hopes of spreading the good news and attaining salvation. As always, religion was a lucrative business, and now, more than ever, business was booming. To be clear, during the Second Great Awakening, a religious preacher could rapidly gain a massive following, whereas nowadays similar messages usually result in a desert compound of a few dozen people living in isolation with a suspicious vat of Kool-Aid and a mysterious high priest named Gary. And so, Joseph Smith entered the ring. In 1827, he began to claim that 4 years earlier, on September 21st, 1823, when he was 17 years old, he was visited in bed by an angel named Moroni, who taught him the skill of finding treasure by looking at a crystal in a top hat. Moroni said that there were golden plates buried a few miles from Smith's home that had a new book of scripture, the Book of Mormon, engraved upon them. Given that Moroni was a supernatural being, it is unclear why Moroni didn't just fetch them and bring them to Smith in the first place. But the Lord works in mysterious ways. As for where Smith could have gotten the name for the angel Moroni, there is no reference to such an angel in prior theology. The most likely and realistic theory is that, at some point, Smith looked at an atlas and saw the name of the largest city on the Indian Ocean slave island of Gran Comoros. The name likely seemed sufficiently exotic and unfamiliar to Americans to do the trick. The next day, September 22nd, 1823, Joseph Smith allegedly climbed a hill not far from his house and found the golden plates of Mormon. The angel Moroni had instructed Smith not to place them on the ground, despite having just buried them in it. Smith claims he placed them on the ground anyway, while he pondered the idea of getting some money out of the venture. As a punishment, the plates disappeared. Smith was told he had to return to the same spot the following year, September 22nd, 1824, with his brother Alvin to retrieve the plates then. But Alvin died a few months prior to that date, so Smith was not able to obtain them that year either. He returned in 1825, but again could not grab them. Moroni cryptically told Smith he still needed to come with, quote, the right person. Smith scratched his chin for the better part of a year. In order to figure out who this right person was, Smith stuck a crystal in a top hat and looked at it. The crystal told him that the right person was his future wife, Emma Hale. Another year passed, and then, on September 22nd, 1827, 9 months after they married, Joseph and Emma went to the hill and found the plates. It should be noted that this account was recorded a decade later, and the original con might have been decidedly less garbled and bizarre, but probably not by much. The Book of Mormon was allegedly written on the golden plates in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Smith would not allow anyone to look at them, because of course he wouldn't, not suspicious at all. When a former con artist who previously ran treasure hunt scams finds divine artifacts in the woods and won't let you see them, you'd better believe him. It doesn't get more legit than that. The principal target of the scam initially appears to have been a wealthy farmer in New York State named Martin Harris. Smith declared his intention to translate the new book of scripture and to publish it, but he had no money to support himself. Martin Harris gave Smith $50, or $1,600 in modern money, and said that the finished work, if genuine, would be priceless. He wanted to invest. It is distinctly possible that Smith's original scam was entirely dreamed up just to siphon off the modern equivalent of $1.50 from a 19th century farmer. And so, out of a petty grift, a world religion was born. Smith used Harris's money to move himself and Emma to the village of Harmony, Pennsylvania, where they sponged off Emma's father, who had resigned himself to his daughter's ill-advised marriage. In December 1827, Smith began translating the Egyptian hieroglyphs by hiding behind a curtain, placing a magic stone into a hat, and then peering into it, much like how Smith guided people on treasure hunts. The English translation would then appear inside the hat in bright, floating letters. In February 1828, the farmer, Martin Harris, took a sample of the hieroglyphs and their translation to Charles Anthon, a professor of classics at Columbia University in New York, to authenticate them. According to Anthon, he tried to convince Harris that he was the victim of a fraud, but to no avail. By June, Smith had translated 116 pages of the Book of Mormon, the final sections of which claimed that a lost tribe of Israel migrated to the Americas around 600 BC and were the ancestors of the Native Americans. God turned their skin red as part of a curse. Harris took the 116 pages back to New York to show them to some people. The manuscript was promptly stolen. As a punishment, Smith claims the angel Moroni confiscated the plates and his magic stones until September. From that point forward, Smith kept the plates hidden exclusively in the woods. Nevertheless, Smith was able to translate them from the comfort of his own home, because the magic stone would just make the English words appear in his top hat, regardless of where the plates were. In a sense, the divine stones had a form of Wi-Fi. Up until this time, the scan still largely targeted Martin Harris, and Smith had not gone public with his claims. Harris arrived back in Harmony in March 1829 and demanded to see the gold plates. Smith got around this by claiming that God had whispered in his ear that only he was worthy of seeing the plates. Meanwhile, Harris essentially was having his faith tested by God by not being allowed to see them. Smith proclaimed that anyone who did not believe the plates existed based on his word alone were simply not worthy of their message or the salvation they brought. Harris was convinced by this lie. The theft of the original 116 pages of the Book of Mormon was a problem for Smith, since if he were to translate the 116 pages again and the originals resurfaced, Smith could be exposed as a fraud if the translations differed. So, Smith claimed that God had told him the person who stole them would alter the translation in order to make it look like this had happened. Smith also hedged his bets by translating the stuff covered in the original manuscript from a different set of angelic plates rather than retranslating to explain away any discrepancies. In May 1829, Smith decided to go public and began baptizing people into his new religion. Martin Harris's wife, Lucy, filed charges of fraud against Smith in New York, but a judge threw the case out. Meanwhile, it looked like Smith might get lynched by the townsfolk of Harmony, Pennsylvania, so he fled to Fayette, New York. In order to explain why the golden plates weren't with him on the wagon, Smith claimed that an angel had volunteered to act as a courier and fly them to Fayette directly. In June, in order to bolster his claims, Smith cobbled together a group of 11 witnesses, with himself making 12 in order to mimic the 12 disciples of Jesus. Smith took the 11 people into the woods and allegedly showed them the golden plates. It is unclear whether Smith hoodwinked the 11 witnesses or, as founding members of a cult, they agreed to lie. Several of them would later claim they saw the plates being held aloft by an angel as they, quote, looked through spiritual eyes. The translation was finished on July 1st, 1829, and conveniently, an angel took the plates away, never to be seen again. After being rejected by multiple publishers in New York, Smith managed to convince E.B. Grandin to print 5,000 copies of his translations, in exchange for Smith and his followers paying Grandin $3,000, or $103,000 in modern money. The payment was due within 18 months. Smith's plan was to sell copies of the book at a profit and sell the printing rights in Canada for a further $8,000, or $275,000 today. But the Canadians weren't interested, and back in America, the book didn't sell and was subject to numerous boycotts. Eventually, Smith threatened Martin Harris that he would burn in hell if he didn't sell his farm to repay the publishing debt. Harris did so, and, out of frustration and disgust, his wife, Lucy, left him. Meanwhile, Martin Harris was financially ruined. He had sacrificed everything for a man who saw floating words in a top hat. By June 1830, Smith had amassed 30 followers of his new religion, spread out across several states. In September, Smith discovered that one of his followers, Hiram Page, had started having revelations from God of his own, via his own magic stone in a top hat. Smith acted quickly to eliminate the competition. Smith claimed that Page's revelations came from Satan, and Smith vehemently asserted that he alone was God's prophet on earth. In February 1831, Smith relocated to Kirtland, Ohio, where he sponged off the Morley farming family. By this point, his following had grown to 280 members. Smith sent some of them to Missouri, back then still a sparsely populated state on the frontier, where Smith proclaimed that God had told him they would build a theocratic commune of sorts, the New Jerusalem. Smith, meanwhile, stayed in much more comfortable conditions in Ohio. By March 1832, Smith was lynched by the Ohio locals, who beat him, tarred and feathered him, and left him for dead. But Smith survived. According to some historians, Smith had been threatening to confiscate the property of people in the area in the name of God. Other historians claim that one of the causes of the lynching, aside from general hostility to Mormonism, was that the great prophet had been having sex with several teenage girls in the area. What we do know is that by 1833, Smith had begun to practice polygamy, marrying a 16-year-old servant girl and, quote-unquote, divorcing her 3 years later. Smith joined a long line of religious prophets who claimed that God whispered in their ear that it was the utmost importance that they fuck a large number of attractive women. Over the next decade, Smith would marry 35 women. 10 of them were already married. By 1834, Smith's following across the United States had ballooned to 3,000 people. Meanwhile, building a New Jerusalem in Missouri wasn't going so well. Hostile militias had driven the Mormons out of the entire state. And so, in May 1834, Smith formed an armed band of 200 men and marched into Missouri in an attempt to intimidate the locals into allowing the Mormons to return. The residents of Missouri refused and prepared for battle. Many in Smith's army had been stricken with cholera, and so Smith disbanded his army and fled the state. As the leader of a growing religious movement, Smith discovered that many banks and creditors were willing to loan him large sums of money. Naturally, Smith had no real way of paying them back. So, in 1837, Smith started a bank of his own in Kirtland, Ohio, and got his followers to deposit their savings. Within a month, Smith's bank stopped honoring withdrawals, and the bank collapsed, taking most of his followers' money with it. But deposited cash doesn't just evaporate, and when the bank collapsed, it is estimated that Smith and his inner circle embezzled $100,000, or $3.3 million in modern money. Some of this money had to be paid out in lawsuits Smith couldn't avoid, and to pay government fines for operating an illegal bank. But it is likely Smith made a tiny sum off the scheme. This event disillusioned many Mormons, and Smith's religion lost about a third of its membership. Unsurprisingly, Smith was lynched again, tarred, feathered, and left for dead. As he recovered, Smith consolidated his power by purging the Mormon Church of its highest-ranking members, denouncing and excommunicating those who would be most likely to challenge his authority. Meanwhile, the Ohio government issued a warrant for Smith's arrest for banking fraud. And so, in January 1838, Smith and the remaining 1,500 Mormons in Ohio fled to Missouri to give establishing the New Jerusalem another crack. The call went out to the remaining Mormons across the United States to cluster in Missouri for the culmination of God's plan, building a righteous paradise on earth. As the Mormons traveled west, they quickly made converts who joined the exodus, mostly people down on their luck, who had no land and little to lose, and people who planned to join a wagon train and settle the West anyway. Once the Mormons arrived in Missouri, they succeeded in making even more converts among the locals. Their numbers swelled to approximately 8,000 people, the highest yet. Alarmed by the return of a fanatical religious movement on their doorstep, once again Missouri locals organized into anti-Mormon militias, but this time, Mormon numbers were far greater. They did not flee. Instead, the Mormons organized armed bands of their own and began persecuting dissenters and infidels in regions where the Mormons were in the majority. As for the Missouri militias, the Mormons promised, quote, a war of annihilation should they ever be attacked. Outright violence erupted in August 1838 after a Missouri militia tried to prevent some Mormons from voting in a local election. In response, the Mormons raided and pillaged several towns. The militias retaliated by burning down some Mormon farms. Then, in October, the Mormons made the mistake of firing on state troops. Missouri's governor issued an extermination order, declaring the Mormons violent outlaws and calling for them to either be killed or driven from the state. A few days later, Joseph Smith was surrounded at his headquarters by 2,500 state troops. He surrendered and was charged with treason. He was initially going to be summarily executed the very next day, but was given a reprieve. Meanwhile, the remaining Mormons fled Missouri for Illinois and Iowa. Smith was transferred to a jail in the town of Liberty, Missouri, to await trial for treason. He escaped in April 1839 and fled into Illinois. There, Smith took out a huge loan and bought some mosquito-infested swampland as a gathering place for his followers, where he planned to build a Mormon city called Nauvoo, loosely translated from an archaic Hebrew word for beautiful. Due to Smith's swampy choice of headquarters, many Mormons died of malaria over the summer. In November 1839, Smith traveled to Washington, D.C., and met with President Martin Van Buren, claiming that he was a leader of a persecuted religious group. Smith demanded reparations for what had happened in Missouri and insisted that the government officials there be investigated and brought to justice. President Van Buren flatly told Smith there was nothing he could do for him. Over the next 5 years, the town of Nauvoo swelled to a population of 2,600 people, with Mormons in the surrounding countryside growing to 12,000. Smith continued to pump out a bizarre series of revelations, staging arcane rituals and introducing secret signals and handshakes, much of which was a total rip-off of Masonic ritual. He bought ancient Egyptian papyri from a traveling salesman, which he claimed was a book written by the prophet Abraham 3,700 years ago. One of Smith's papyri survived and is actually just from an ancient Egyptian book of funeral rites. By quote-unquote translating the Book of Abraham, Smith incorporated some of the strangest aspects of the Mormon religion. He claimed that there was a pantheon of gods in the universe, and that God himself had a corporeal form, a perfect human body, and resided on a planet nearest to the star Kolob, somewhere in outer space. Smith proclaimed that the most faithful and devoted of his followers, upon their deaths, would become gods themselves. The Book of Abraham also contains a reference to the curse of Ham, which Mormons used to justify racism toward blacks until 1979. Also while on Nauvoo, Smith introduced the garment of the holy priesthood, which was underwear in those days pretty much a union suit, that symbolized modesty and provided spiritual protection from temptation and evil, though early accounts claim the underwear also provided physical protection from harm. Smith instructed his followers to wear the garments day and night as a sign of devotion. In case you were wondering, the women had to wear the Mormon union suit just like the men did. Non-Mormon historians conclude that, while in Nauvoo, Smith had risen to become a totalitarian dictator of an incredibly large cult, an Illinois commune over which he held sway. And the advantage of having 12,000 adoring followers is that Smith could easily convince a large pool of young women to sleep with him, and for their husbands to part with their wives. While Smith had previously married a few women in secret, his exploits became more brazen, marrying at least 28 women in a little over 2 years. 1/3 of them were teenagers, as young as 14. To the husbands of the older married women, Smith promised access to his inner circle and the status of gods in the afterlife. Unsurprisingly, many of the Mormon elders also jumped at the chance to practice polygamy themselves. Meanwhile, Smith's first wife, Emma Hale, was enraged by Joseph's extra wives, becoming highly abusive toward them and anyone who discussed the subject of polygamy with her. Then, in her old age, dying in Illinois, Emma Smith simply denied that the polygamy had taken place. Meanwhile, to the average 19th century American, Mormonism looked like a gigantic sex cult. There were signs that Joseph Smith was growing dangerous. In early 1842, he predicted that the governor of Missouri, Lilburn Boggs, would die violently. On May 6th, Boggs was shot 3 times in the head, but survived. The gunman was likely a Mormon fanatic named Porter Rockwell. The mayor of Nauvoo, John Bennett, resigned and left the area, claiming that Smith had offered people money to carry out Boggs's assassination. Bennett alleged that, as a result of his leaving Mormonism, Smith had attempted his assassination as well. Smith went into hiding, while Missouri tried to extradite him from Illinois. Meanwhile, Smith created the Nauvoo Legion, an army of 3,000 men, roughly 1/3 the size of America's peacetime military. Smith began making open calls for theocratic government in the United States, and, according to some sources, Smith crowned himself king of the earth in front of his inner circle. With converts from Europe rapidly pouring in, mostly poor factory workers from northern England, the size of the Mormon Church was quickly approaching 30,000 people, a population larger than Chicago or Pittsburgh at the time. On June 17, 1843, the governors of both Illinois and Missouri jointly issued a warrant for Joseph Smith's arrest for treason. 2 lawmen, disguised as Mormon elders, managed to arrest Smith at gunpoint. They attempted to bring him to Missouri, but were intercepted by the Nauvoo Legion. Smith was returned to Nauvoo with great fanfare. That December, Smith demanded that Congress make Nauvoo an independent territory and announced his candidacy for President of the United States. He sent Mormon ambassadors to Britain, France, and Russia. In April 1844, Smith predicted the total overthrow of the United States government within a handful of years. But behind the scenes, Smith was facing a rebellion by his own followers. On June 7, 1844, a prominent Mormon, William Law, published the first and only edition of the Nauvoo Expositor, which denounced Joseph for his polygamy, for encouraging others to practice it, and for declaring himself king of the earth. There is evidence that, via yet another marriage proposal, Smith had sexually propositioned William Law's wife. Smith ordered the printing press of the Expositor to be destroyed. This act whipped up even more opposition to his rule in Nauvoo. Smelling blood in the water, Illinois militias began to prepare to attack the Mormon commune. In response, on June 18th, Smith declared martial law. This alienated even more of his followers, and for a moment, It looked like Smith might be killed by his own people, but he fled to the state of Iowa. Illinois Governor Thomas Ford promised Smith protection of state troops if he would come back to Illinois and stand trial for the destruction of the expositor in violation of the First Amendment. On June 23rd, Smith returned, gave himself up, and went to the town of Carthage to stand trial. He was held in relative comfort on the second floor of the Carthage jail, in living quarters without bars. His followers smuggled in a pistol, which Smith could use for his own protection. On June 27, 1844, an armed mob burst into the Carthage jail and stormed upstairs. Smith emptied his pistol of its 6 bullets, hitting 3 men, but the mob kept coming. Fresh out of bullets, Smith ran to the window in order to leap to safety, but he was struck by a bullet and fell awkwardly out of the window onto the ground, possibly breaking bones or even injuring his spine. Smith lay twitching in the mud of the thoroughfare for a few minutes while he was slowly surrounded by a jeering crowd. Then the mob opened fire. Smith was riddled with bullets and killed. 2 years later, in 1846, a former carpenter named Brigham Young led 16,000 Mormon refugees out of Illinois to build the kingdom of God somewhere in the West. In 1847, the refugees arrived in the Mexican territory of Utah, which the U.S. military was in the process of conquering. A few years later, the Mormons carried out a series of holy wars against the Shoshone and Ute tribes who inhabited the land. Meanwhile, Brigham Young obtained a level of theocratic power similar to what had been achieved by Joseph Smith. He had 55 wives during his lifetime, the youngest of which had a 43-year age gap. This led non-Mormons in Utah to eventually give him the nickname Brigham Young. The Mormons chose the Salt Lake Valley as their home and set about building the foundations for the pious, righteous, and upright society that Mark Hofmann would one day seek to destroy. Mark Hofmann declares war. Upon returning from England in 1976, Mark Hofmann told his parents that he did not wish to enroll at Brigham Young University, the Mormon-run institution in Provo, 40 miles south of Salt Lake City. Instead, Hofmann convinced his parents to let him enroll as a pre-med major at Utah State University in Logan, a town 70 miles to the north. Utah State was a government-funded institution and not under the direct control of the Mormon Church, and Logan was a small campus town filled with students of all backgrounds. Sure, the Mormons still had a large presence there, but the university was ultimately under secular control. A picture taken of Hofmann outside his rented apartment in Logan shows him casually dressed and flicking a peace sign at the camera. Hofmann spent his days studying biology and psychology, deepening his knowledge of evolution, a concept with which the Mormon Church had, shall we say, a strained relationship. Hofmann also picked up a book written by Anne Eliza Webb, one of Brigham Young's many wives in the 19th century. It was called Wife Number 19, A Story of a Life in Bondage. Shortly after starting at Utah State, Hofmann met Kate Reed. She was a stylish, extroverted sorority girl with a ton of friends, the exact opposite of the quiet, introverted Hofmann. Despite both being freshmen, Kate hired Hofmann to tutor her. 2 months later, in November, Hofmann worked up the courage to ask Kate out. She said yes. 5 months afterward, in April 1977, Hofmann sold a few coins from his collection and bought an engagement ring. He asked Kate to marry him. Again, she said yes. They planned to get married that September, a year after they had met. Although Kate Reed was a Mormon, Hofmann's parents opposed the marriage. They did not regard her as sufficiently committed to the Mormon Church. They found her nature frivolous, and they disapproved of Kate's intention to become a journalist rather than a devoted housewife. Nevertheless, Kate and Mark were determined to press ahead with the wedding. But other tensions ate away at their relationship. Mark confided in Kate that he did not believe in Mormonism. Kate's reaction was profoundly negative. Their theological debates escalated into full-blown arguments, and on one occasion Mark slapped her in the face, and on another he pushed her up against a wall. In July 1977, Kate called off the engagement. A few days later, Mark showed up with a bouquet of roses and begged for another chance. Kate forgave him. But on August 31st, 1977, 8 days before the wedding, Kate called things off again. This time it stuck. That same day, Mark penned a long, heartfelt letter to his mother, critical of Mormonism. He stressed his objection to the church, demanding that people accept things on blind faith, rather than after a careful examination of the evidence. At one point in the letter, he said, "Why should I be inquisitive and doubting at university and not at church?" He said that he felt forced to live in two worlds. He closed the letter by saying, "The truth is the most important thing. Our idea of reality should be consistent with it. With love, Mark." Hofmann never sent the letter to his mother. He knew what the reaction to his honesty would be. Instead, Hofmann opted to live in two worlds. Shortly afterward, Hofmann began to swap barcodes on expensive items at the supermarket so he could buy them for far less. He began altering coins again so he could sell them for a whack of cash. With regards to truth and reality, Hofmann had made his choice. Meanwhile, notwithstanding the atheism and the two incidents of DV, Kate was still in love with him. For the next 2 years, they dated on and off, but Kate would not allow herself to get too involved with Mark because of his lack of faith. She held out hope that he would eventually see the light. Little did Kate know that Mark was seeing other women in search of the appropriate Mormon wife that would keep his parents happy. One of these potential candidates was Dor Lee Olds, the middle child of 5 from a devout Mormon family. Hofmann's parents approved of this match. Dory, as everyone called her, wanted nothing more than to be a wife and mother. She was down to earth, but easily manipulated. Hofmann impressed Dory with his intelligence and his quiet manners. She also liked his cornflower blue eyes. On August 3rd, 1979, Mark Hofmann went on a date with Kate Reed. Even after 2 years, she still held a candle for him. Mark shocked and devastated her by announcing he was engaged to another woman. 6 weeks later, on September 14th, 1979, Mark married Dory in the Salt Lake City temple. In accordance with Mormon tradition, both the bride and the groom wore white. 7 months later, in April 1980, a pregnant Dory Hofmann returned with her shopping to the Logan apartment she shared with her husband. Dory unloaded the groceries in the kitchen, while Mark examined an old book at the dining room table. It was the King James Bible, printed in 1688, that Mark had brought back from England. Mark called his wife over and pointed out that 2 of its pages were stuck together. Dory watched as her husband gently pried the pages apart. A sort of old-fashioned resin gum had been used. Within the pages was a yellowed piece of paper, folded up and sealed with wax. It was a letter or note of some kind. It looked very old. Both Mark and Dory hesitated to break the seal, lest they damage the document. But Dory peered between the folds and was able to make out a signature. Joseph Smith, Jr. It was the signature of the great prophet and founder of the Mormon Church. Apparently. The next day, Mark Hofmann took the old Bible and the sealed letter to Jeff Simmons, the curator of Utah State University's collection of rare books and documents. Simmons carefully removed the seal and unfolded the letter. There were 5 vertical rows of symbols written in faded ink. Some resembled hieroglyphs, others Greek and Hebrew letters. At the end of the 5th row was a large circle containing what appeared to be the Aztec calendar. On the other side of the page, there was a note which read, "These characters were diligently copied by my own hand from the plates of gold and given to Martin Harris, who took them to New York City, but the learned could not translate it, because the Lord would not open it to them in fulfillment of the prophecy of Isaiah, written in the 29th chapter and 11th verse. Joseph Smith, Jr." Jeff Simmons immediately knew what this document could be. In February 1828, Joseph Smith gave one of his earliest converts, the farmer Martin Harris, who later lost his farm and his wife, a sample of the writing on the golden plates to be authenticated in New York. According to Columbia professor Charles Anthon, he looked at them and told Harris he was the victim of a fraud. Harris didn't listen. Anthon later described the symbols he saw: hieroglyphs, Hebrew, Greek, and the Aztec calendar, all arranged in 5 columns, just like the document Utah State Curator Simmons now held in his hand. If the document was genuine, here was the long-lost Anthon transcript, a glorious piece of church history, and, even better, inscribed on the back by Joseph Smith at a later date. Simmons compared opening the letter to Howard Carter peering into King Tut's tomb for the first time. Simmons showed the letter to Dan Bachman, a church historian at Utah State, who was similarly excited by the discovery. Bachman and Hofmann then drove down to Salt Lake City to hand the Anthon transcript over to the Mormon Church for analysis. They gave it to Dean Jesse, the handwriting expert at the church historical department. Jesse was also extremely excited, saying that the handwriting and signature looked like Smith's, but added that he'd need a few days to authenticate it. He told Bachman and Hofmann to keep it completely secret for now. But Hofmann immediately told his parents, Bill and Lucille, who thought it was destiny that the Lord had revealed the document to Hofmann. They were proud of him. God had chosen him. 3 days later, Hofmann returned to the Mormon Church Historical Department, where Dean Jesse told him that the document he found was authentic. It was the Anthon transcript, written in Joseph Smith's genuine hand. The 24-year-old Hofmann was then ushered into the office of the First Presidency, where he met the president, prophet, seer, and revelator, Spencer W. Kimball, and his 2 counselors, Nathan Tanner and Marion Romney. Also in the room were the apostles Gordon B. Hinckley and Boyd K. Packer. Taken together, these 5 men were the all-powerful rulers of the Mormon Church. And because President Kimball was in his 80s and had suffered several strokes, it was Apostle Gordon B. Hinckley who was the real power behind the throne. Hofmann softly and deferentially recounted his discovery of the Anthon transcript. The old men in the room were beaming from ear to ear. It was on par with discovering the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Mormon Church announced the discovery in a press conference on May 3, 1980. The paper on which the Anthon transcript was written had been dated to around 1828. The ink was of the period, and the note and signature were an exact match to the writings of Joseph Smith. Dean Jesse said, "It is impossible to conclude that anyone other than Joseph Smith wrote this." A prominent Mormon scholar, Hugh Nibley, added, "This offers as good a test as we'll ever get of the authenticity of the Book of Mormon." Naturally, Mark Hofmann was front and center at the press conference. Smiling wide, Hofmann said, "It's exciting just to think that apparently this document was copied by Joseph Smith's own hand. The characters were right from the gold plates that were right there." He shook hands in front of the assembled cameras with Gordon B. Hinckley, the power behind the throne. A few weeks later, a Harvard zoologist and something of an eccentric, Barry Fell, claimed to have partially translated the symbols on the transcript. Fell concluded that the passage Smith had jotted down for Charles Anthon referred to the journey of a lost tribe of Israel to North America. Fell got some scholarly support for his partial translation, but also a fair bit of criticism. Other scholars argued that the symbols were just a jumbled mess that translated into pure gibberish. The random assortment of hieroglyphs, Greek and Latin letters, and, it was soon to be discovered, Arabic, along with symbols of unknown origin that a child could have invented, and the Aztec calendar of all things, might indicate that the barely literate and hardly erudite Joseph Smith had just scribbled down a bunch of arcane symbols that were close to hand, implying that he was a fraud. Meanwhile, the Mormon Church traded the Anthon transcript for other rare antiques Hofmann later sold for $25,000, or roughly $97,000 in modern money. The transcript was to have pride of place in the church's archives. The elders spun the document as affirming the truth of the Mormon faith. They spoke with high hopes about using computers to decode the random assortment of symbols one day. But here's the problem. The Anthon transcript was a complete and utter forgery. Mark Hofmann had cut out a blank page from an old book he found in the Utah State University Library, which was made from linen as opposed to the wood pulp of modernity. Then he purchased the ingredients for 19th century ink, tannic acid, ferric sulfate, and gum arabic from hobby shops in Salt Lake City. He used a turkey feather and a knife to fashion a quill. Hofmann used photocopies of Joseph Smith's writings to replicate his style and signature. And when it came to forging other people's writing by hand, Hofmann had an extraordinary talent. He practiced using tracing paper over the photocopies, then a few dry runs on plain paper, and, when he was ready, he laid the forgery down on the intended document. As for the arcane symbols on the paper, Hofmann based them on the description provided by Charles Anthon. He also made sure they bore vague resemblance to a previous forgery, called the Whitmer transcript. He also threw in a few ludicrous symbols of his own creation. As for the Aztec calendar, he traced the circle using a beer bottle. Then Hofmann aged the paper and ink using a simple but ingenious device cobbled together from household items. He took a pet fish aquarium, placed the paper inside, along with a powerful unit from a toy train he'd rigged to let off a high-voltage spark. Then he sealed the top of the aquarium with a pane of glass. The high-voltage spark from the toy train transformed the air inside the aquarium into ozone. Within a few minutes, the ozone rapidly aged the paper and ink. Once he thought it looked 150 years old, he removed the paper from the tank. Old-fashioned inks were also fairly acidic, and over many years would gradually eat their way to the back of the paper, making a faint outline of the words appear on the other side. In order to replicate this, Hofmann placed the Anthon forgery on a metal screen from a door. Then he took a household vacuum and ran it over the other side of the screen, sucking the ink from the front of the paper to the back. And because his forgery had Joseph Smith's note on one side and the symbols on the other, Hofmann flipped it over and vacuumed it again to make sure the faint outline of the ink appeared on both sides. And with that, Hofmann managed to fool historians and documents experts at Utah State University, the Mormon Church, and numerous other experts who came to Salt Lake City to verify its authenticity. And by doing so, Hofmann had scored $25,000, over 2.1 times the average annual wage in 1980. Hofmann promptly dropped out of university and began a career as an antique books and documents dealer. With his talent for forgery, it was potentially a gold mine. But for Hofmann, it wasn't just about the money. His strategy with the Anthon forgery was twofold. First, the document would get his foot in the door with the Mormon Church, and they would be thrilled with the discovery. Second, Hofmann made the symbols and the forgery look slightly ridiculous to outsiders to embarrass the church. Gibberish, implying Smith had just copied down random symbols from books. But Hofmann made sure that the arrangement wasn't so ludicrous that the church would reject or bury the document. As it was, he knew they would spin it positively. After all, the Mormons had to explain away more egregious examples of Joseph Smith's history all the time. This was crucial. If Hofmann got his foot in the door, then there was little the Mormon Church could do when Hofmann made future discoveries that were decidedly more damaging to Joseph Smith's reputation. The time to go nuclear would come later, but in the end, Hofmann fully intended to sow doubt far and wide and destroy the entire damn religion. Escalation. On February 16, 1981, Mark Hofmann paid a visit to the headquarters of the Mormon Church, just off Temple Square, in the tallest skyscraper in Salt Lake City. The sale of the Anthon transcript had given Hofmann friendly access to the church's top brass. That day, Hofmann had a sit-down with the Mormons' chief archivalist, Donald Schmidt. What Hofmann had to discuss was a rare document that could potentially burn the whole church to the ground. The document in question was a written blessing that Joseph Smith Jr. had penned for his son by his first wife, Emma Hale, Joseph Smith III, on January 17, 1844, half a year before the great prophet was riddled with bullets by a lynch mob. Hofmann was asking for $5,000 for the slip of paper, or $17,600 in modern money. The archivalist, Schmidt, balked at the price and replied that Joseph Smith had penned many such blessings to people in his lifetime. Hofmann slid a photocopy of the blessing across the table. It read, "Blessed of the Lord is my son Joseph, who is called the Third, for the Lord knows the integrity of his heart and loves him, because of his faith and righteous desires. And for this cause has the Lord raised him up, for he shall be my successor to the presidency of the high priesthood, a seer and a revelator and a prophet unto the church, which appointment belongeth to him by blessing and also by right." According to the document, Joseph Smith was declaring that his 11-year-old son, Joseph Smith III, and not Brigham Young, was his successor. And here's why this was a big problem for the Mormon Church in Salt Lake City. After Smith was killed in Illinois, there was a dispute over his succession. Most of the Mormons chose to follow Brigham Young, who was head of the so-called Quorum of 12 Apostles and de facto second-in-command in 1844. The Brigham faction left Illinois and headed into Utah to build the New Jerusalem. But a smaller faction stayed in Illinois. They rejected polygamy and denied Joseph Smith ever practiced it, along with rejecting the idea that people could become gods themselves, and, generally speaking, rejecting all the weirder shit Smith came out with during his dictatorship over Nauvoo. Among the Illinois Mormons was Smith's first wife, Emma Hale, who understandably despised polygamy. She kept her children close by her side. Gradually, the Illinois remnant began to view Joseph Smith III as the natural successor to his father, and in 1860, when Smith III was 27 years old, he accepted the leadership of the reorganized church. He moved the cluster of his followers out of Illinois into Iowa, and then on to Missouri, where his father had originally declared that they would build the kingdom of God. And that is where the reorganized Mormon Church remained, with its center of gravity in the town of Independence. The reorganized church in Missouri never attained the size of their Utah rivals, having only about 1.5% their numbers. So the Mormon elders in Salt Lake hardly considered the Missouri cadre a threat. But now here was this document saying that the great prophet had chosen Joseph Smith III, the leader of the reorganized Missouri church, as his heir. It could potentially undermine the entire power structure in Utah. It might even result in a flood of the Mormon faithful streaming into Missouri. For the Mormon Church in Utah, it could mean fewer congregants, less authority, less credibility, and less money. The document was a forgery, of course. Joseph Smith had never named a successor. In January 1844, He was only 38 years old, and likely too overtaken by megalomania to contemplate his impending death, as indicated by his theocratic rule over Nauvoo at the head of a large army, the flood of new sister wives, his campaign for the U.S. presidency, his ambassadors in European capitals, and his calls for the eventual overthrow of the United States government. Mark Hofmann had anticipated that the Utah Church would rush to purchase the blessing and bury it in the archives without uttering a word. Hofmann would then leak the existence of the blessing to the press, thereby damaging the reputation of the church and scoring him another whack of cash for his trouble. But the Mormon chief archivalist, Donald Schmidt, didn't know all that. As far as he knew, the blessing was the real McCoy. Nevertheless, he made the blunder of trying to barter Hofmann down from his price of $5,000. Hofmann replied that if Schmidt didn't want it, he'd take it to the reorganized church in Missouri instead, who might pay as much as $40,000 for it, or $140,000 in modern money. Still playing hardball, Schmidt unwisely told Hofmann that he was welcome to try. The chief archivalist did not inform the Mormon leadership of his unilateral decision until 11 days later. Gordon B. Hinckley, now promoted to counselor of the First Presidency, made no bones about it. They needed the document and needed to keep its existence a secret from the public and their rivals in Missouri. Schmidt scrambled to contact Hofmann and eventually found him in the maternity ward of a Salt Lake City hospital, where his wife was giving birth to their next child. After letting it sit for 11 days, Schmidt was obviously too late. Hofmann had already informed the Missouri Church about the blessing, and their chief historian, Richard Howard, was flying to Salt Lake to strike a deal. Schmidt begged Hofmann to let the Utah Church have it instead. Hofmann agreed to meet with the Utah Church representatives on March 1st at 8 a.m. At the meeting, the Utah Mormons offered Hofmann $20,000, or $66,000 in modern money, 4 times the original asking price. Hofmann assured the Utah representatives that he would reject the Missouri Church's offer. But then, only 2 hours later, Hofmann met with Richard Howard anyway. He gave the Missouri Church a 7-day option to purchase the blessing and gave them a photocopy of it. Then, an hour later, Hofmann was back in Schmidt's office, handing over the actual document. To bolster its authenticity and do further damage, Hofmann also forged a letter from another Mormon, Thomas Bullock, to Brigham Young, rebuking Young for having all the other copies of the blessing destroyed. This made it look like Young had suppressed proof of the true succession in order to keep his grip on power. Hofmann claimed that he had got everything from Bullock's descendant, a man named Allen Bullock, who lived in Salt Lake. But Allen Bullock did not exist, at least not one who had handed over the scandalous document to Hofmann. When the Utah Church later checked, they found record of an Allen Bullock residing in Salt Lake City and investigated no further. This Allen Bullock was none the wiser. Meanwhile, Hofmann leaked news of the blessing's existence to the press. The Missouri Church was furious that they were not given a chance to purchase the document, and a series of irate phone calls were exchanged between them and Utah. The next day, the New York Times ran with the headline, "Mormon Document Raises Doubts About Succession of Church's Leaders." The Utah Church realized they had no choice but to cave. They called a press conference and publicly presented the blessing to the Missouri Church. It was an utter humiliation. In April 1981, Gordon B. Hinckley gave a televised address to the Mormon faithful. He did not deny the authenticity of the blessing, but he claimed that the Utah Church had other documents in their possession that proved Joseph Smith had always intended the succession go through the quorum of 12 apostles, of which Brigham Young was the head. Hinckley insisted, quote, "Every president of the church since then has come to that most high and sacred office out of the Council of 12. Each of these men had been blessed with the spirit and the power of revelation from on high. There has been an unbroken chain from Joseph Smith Jr. to Spencer W. Kimball. Of that I bear solemn witness and testimony to you this day." On May 15, 1981, the reorganized Church of Latter-day Saints in Independence, Missouri, announced that the document was genuine. They declared the blessing proved what they'd always asserted, that the Utah Church was not the church of Joseph Smith. They were. Meanwhile, Gordon Hinckley and the Utah leadership, far from resenting Mark Hofmann for discovering the blessing, were actually grateful to him. After all, Hofmann had ultimately chosen to hand the document over to the Utah Church as a loyal son of the Salt Lake Valley. At the end of the day, the Mormon leaders thought it wasn't Hofmann's fault that the news of the document's existence was somehow inexplicably leaked to the press. As for the forged letter from Thomas Bullock rebuking Brigham Young for destroying the other copies of the blessing, Mark Hofmann donated it to the Utah Church, free of charge. Gordon B. Hinckley expressed his gratitude, personally. Virtuoso. Of course, Mark Hofmann couldn't make a living just selling a stream of miraculous finds to the Mormon Church, so he developed his contacts in the world of rare books and documents. In the autumn of 1981, he befriended a wealthy Salt Lake City lawyer and fellow collector named Brent Ashworth. In their first conversation, Hofmann asked Ashworth if there was anything he was looking for. Ashworth said the one gap he had in his collection was a document written by Joseph Smith's own hand. The next time they met, Hofmann told Ashworth about a letter Joseph Smith had supposedly written to his first wife, Emma, in 1833 about donating a plow to the poor. Hofmann said it was owned by a family in Texas, but they were willing to sell it for $4,000, or $13,300 in modern money. Of course, the letter was a forgery. Ashworth hung it on his wall. Hofmann kept the money. On March 6, 1982, Hofmann contacted Ashworth about another amazing find, a letter written in 1873 by Martin Harris, the first person Joseph Smith had ripped off with the golden plate scam, to another Mormon named Walter Conrad. Harris' letters were rare due to his relative illiteracy, and even better still, in this particular letter, Martin Harris, one of the so-called 12 witnesses, described how Joseph Smith took him into the woods, and he heard the voice of God, and an angel showed him the golden plates. To bolster the letter's authenticity, Hofmann only forged Harris's signature, while forging the writing of Harris's son to make it look like the elderly Martin Harris was dictating the letter. The collector, Brent Ashworth, was blown away and offered Hofmann documents signed by George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and Robert E. Lee, collectively worth $27,000, or $89,500 in modern money. Ashworth donated the letter to the Mormon Church. On July 29, 1982, Hofmann approached Ashworth with another fraudulent letter, supposedly written in 1829 by Joseph Smith's mother, Lucy, to her sister-in-law. It was 2 pages long and described the progress Smith was making in translating the Book of Mormon from the golden plates. It also mentioned the theft of the original 116 pages when Martin Harris brought them to New York. Lucy also recounted the story of how the Native Americans came from Israel to the New World around 600 BC. Ashworth traded more rare documents for it, including a signed original of the 13th Amendment and some letters written by President Andrew Jackson, worth $33,000 or $109,000 in modern money. Ashworth again donated the Lucy Smith letter to the Mormon Church. At this point, the Mormon leadership began comparing Mark Hofmann to Indiana Jones in the press, and he gained a reputation as a quote-unquote rock star of the rare books and documents world, or at least as close as one could get to a rock star in that field. In order to explain his success, Hofmann told people that he had a confidential network of collectors and tipsters across the United States that helped him track things down. Only a few weeks later, in September 1982, Hofmann contacted Gordon B. Hinckley with another rare find, a letter written by another one of the 12 witnesses to the golden plates, David Whitmer, in 1873. Whitmer was among the faithful Smith had purged from the Mormon leadership after the collapse of their illegal bank in Ohio. After that, Whitmer left the Mormon faith, denounced Smith's cult-like actions, and denounced the practice of polygamy. But he still insisted that he saw the golden plates to his dying day. The forged letter was Whitmer's account of that event. Hinckley offered Hofmann $15,000 in exchange for the letter, but in order to score brownie points with the church, Hofmann insisted he only take $10,000 for it, or $33,000 in modern money. All up, from 1980 to 1982, Mark Hofmann made a total of $120,000 from the sale of his major finds, or the sale of the rare documents he traded them for. That is roughly $400,000 in modern money. In January 1983, Hofmann approached Hinckley again with news of another letter owned by a collector in New York. This time, the letter was supposedly written by Joseph Smith himself in 1825, a few years before he launched his religion, to a farmer named Josiah Stowell. The letter contained instructions on how to locate buried treasure guarded by a quote-unquote clever spirit by breaking a stick in half and laying it on top of the ground where the treasure might be buried. The early history of Joseph Smith as a treasure hunter who engaged with folk magic was well known, but the Mormon Church had downplayed this knowledge in its own retellings of Smith's history to a modern audience. The letter seemed to bolster the idea that Joseph Smith was a treasure hunter who believed in clever woodland spirits and magic sticks, and this might make a storm in the media. The last thing the church wanted was a renewed public conversation about whether Joseph Smith had spent his early years as a superstitious quack, or worse, a con artist. Hinckley authorized Hofmann to go to New York and buy the letter for $15,000, or roughly $50,000 in modern money, on the condition that its existence remains secret. Hofmann flew to New York, quietly got it authenticated by a local dealer, and returned to Utah. It was promptly locked in the vault of the First Presidency. Only Hofmann, the church president, his 2 counselors, and the 12 apostles at the head of the church knew it existed, for the time being. While Hofmann was in New York, he bought a 1927 photograph of Al Capone for $50, forged Capone's autograph on the back of it, and sold it at auction for $4,200, or $13,800 in modern money. Indeed, by this time, Hofmann had gotten into the practice of forging documents penned by a variety of non-Mormon figures whenever he wanted the extra money. In just a handful of years, he forged several hundred autographs, signatures, inscriptions, and letters from at least 129 historical figures, including, but not limited to, Presidents George Washington, John Adams, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, and figures like Daniel Boone, John Brown, Billy the Kid, Butch Cassidy, Nathan Hale, John Hancock, Francis Scott Key, John Milton, Paul Revere, Betsy Ross, Miles Standish, Button Gwinnett, Jack London, Mark Twain, and Walt Whitman. Hofmann would then sell these forgeries to various collectors around the country, and because collectors are typically quite cagey about their provenance, a source usually can only be identified with their consent, this meant that hundreds of Hofmann forgeries circulated around the rare document community for years, and dozens are still likely out there. Hofmann even made up an original poem by Emily Dickinson and sold it, and it wasn't discovered as a fake until shortly after it was sold at auction at Sotheby's in 1997 for $24,150, or roughly $48,000 today. These forgeries were purely mercenary. They had nothing to do with discrediting or damaging the Mormon Church. But then, in late December 1983, Mark Hofmann called Brent Ashworth and told him about a new letter he'd found, one that could potentially reduce the reputation of Joseph Smith to ruins and ashes, the sort of damage that even the most devout Mormons could not ignore. Ashworth told Hofmann that the letter needed to be suppressed or destroyed. Hofmann, on the other hand, had other ideas. The White Salamander. At the start of December 1983, Mark Hofmann forged a letter that purported to be written by the farmer Martin Harris, one of Joseph Smith's first converts, dated October 23, 1830. This was shortly after Smith had gone public with his new religion and published the first copies of the Book of Mormon in a venture that would soon cost Martin Harris his wife and his farm. The forged letter was addressed to the anti-Masonic newspaper editor and pamphleteer W. W. Phelps, who had converted to Mormonism in April 1830, shortly after picking up a copy of the Book of Mormon. In the letter, Martin Harris described his first meeting with Joseph Smith in the 1820s, when Smith claimed he could use folk magic to find buried treasure. So far, this was historically accurate, though not a fact the Mormon Church liked to dwell upon. But then it got worse. Harris then went on to relate the story of how Joseph Smith found the golden plates. But this version was different. In the forged letters version, Smith was led to them not by the angel Moroni, but by a woodland spirit that took the form of a white salamander. This was decidedly more pagan in nature. Combined with Smith's confirmed predilections for folk magic, the idea that the golden plates were revealed to him by a salamander severely reduced the credibility of Mormon theology. It implied Smith was a country bumpkin fraud who had changed the story to an angel at a later date to be more believable to a 19th century traditional Christian audience. To modern outsiders, Smith's story already beggared belief, but the introduction of a white salamander would be beyond the pale, even for some of the Mormon faithful. Hofmann briefly contemplated making the animal a toad, to match allegations made about Joseph Smith in an anti-Mormon tract written in 1834, but decided that would be too on the nose. Additionally, Hofmann knew that anyone who offered to sell the white salamander letter to the Mormon Church would be accused of extortion. A loyal son of the Church would simply donate such a scandalous document so it could be buried in a vault, if he didn't independently destroy it himself. So Hofmann used an intermediary, a man named Lynn Jacobs, whom Hofmann had befriended in 1980. Jacobs was raised Mormon, but he was an artistic sort of fellow, and not exactly enamored with the Mormon way of life. He did not know the white salamander letter was a forgery, but he had no problem with the fact that it could damage the church's credibility. Jacobs made an appointment with Gordon B. Hinckley, getting his foot in the door by saying he had an important historical document to show him. Without mentioning his connection to Hofmann, Jacobs showed Hinckley the letter, who read it and asked Jacobs to name his price. Jacobs asked $100,000 for it, or $321,000 in modern money. Hinckley replied the price was way too high. And so, at the end of December, Mark Hofmann told Brent Ashworth he could probably acquire the scandalous letter, and offered it to Ashworth for $50,000, or $160,500 in modern money. Being a devout Mormon, Ashworth refused and told Hofmann he should either donate the letter to the church or destroy it. Instead, Hofmann turned around and told the chief archivalist of the Mormon Church, Donald Schmidt, that he had a line on the white salamander letter, and even could probably buy it from Lynn Jacobs for $20,000. Schmidt replied it wouldn't look good in the media if the Mormon Church were seen buying a document just so they could suppress it. Hofmann offered to find a middleman to buy it and donate it to the church instead. Hofmann contacted a man named Brent Metcalf, a former church archivalist who had recently been fired for the simple act of checking out an anti-Mormon tract from the library. The Mormons found this behavior suspicious and accused Metcalf of trying to dig up history to undermine the church's authority. Metcalf had since been hired as a researcher for a Salt Lake City businessman, history buff, and bishop of the Mormon Church named Stephen Christensen. On January 6, 1984, Stephen Christensen purchased the white salamander letter from Lynn Jacobs, or, in reality, Mark Hofmann, for $40,000, which is roughly $128,500 in modern money. Hofmann soon afterward offered Christensen another forged document, a business contract dated November 1, 1825, wherein Joseph Smith, his father, and several other interested parties agreed to split the spoils from an upcoming treasure hunt during which Joseph Smith would use his magic stone. Christensen agreed to pay Hofmann $15,000 for the contract, or $48,000 in modern money. As for the white salamander letter, Christensen was a devout Mormon, but he also observed the church's injunctions toward honesty. He did not want to suppress the letter completely, which would be dishonest and might backfire should it ever be exposed. Instead, Christensen wanted to finance a research project that would make sure the letter was authentic and then place it in its proper historical context when critics of Mormonism inevitably used the letter to highlight the faith's absurdity. But Hofmann had already leaked word of the White Salamander letter to a small group of anti-Mormon activists in Salt Lake City. The activists quickly contacted Time magazine. By late February 1984, the Mormon Church was forced to quietly acknowledge the existence of the White Salamander letter, but the office of Gordon B. Hinckley said he would refrain from further comment until the letter had been authenticated and thoroughly researched. Meanwhile, a Mormon apostle, Dallin Oaks, spun the line that a white salamander was probably a metaphor for the angel Moroni, since salamanders were animals mythologized to be able to live in fire. Oakes said this approximated other descriptions of Moroni's white angelic figure that appeared as a burst of light. It was flimsy, but it was the best line of defense that they had. Meanwhile, Hofmann leaked the story that, in 1983, Gordon B. Hinckley had purchased a letter written by Joseph Smith that tied him to folk magic and treasure hunting, and he had suppressed it in the church archives, which was true, although Hofmann omitted the part about forging it. The leak redoubled the impression that Joseph Smith was a paganistic quack, and worse, that the Mormon Church had tried to cover it up. On August 25, 1984, the Los Angeles Times picked up the story of the White Salamander letter. What followed was a media shitstorm, as the story was widely reported by newspapers, radio, and television stations across the country. The Mormon Church reiterated its argument that the White Salamander was merely a metaphor for the angel Moroni, and stressed that the letter was still being authenticated. A few days later, in early September, Mark Hofmann flew to New York City under the guise of meeting with the contacts and tipsters in his network. He checked into the luxurious Empire Hotel and spent the next 3 weeks living large, partying, and drinking prodigious amounts of booze, something that was forbidden by the Mormon religion. He also spent around $10,000, or $30,800 in modern money, on first edition copies of books by J.R.R. Tolkien, Lewis Carroll, Hans Christian Andersen, and Beatrix Potter for his personal collection. All told, it was an expensive trip. Back home, Hofmann's wife and children wanted for nothing. They now lived in a nice house in a decent neighborhood, equipped with all the latest mod cons and a few newfangled gadgets, with a hot tub out the back. Hofmann was making good money, and the money spent. He returned to Salt Lake City on September 26th, and on the same day, Stephen Christensen received private word that the White Salamander letter was probably authentic. He did not greet the news with enthusiasm. The Mormons were rattled by the media shitstorm that had erupted over the summer. Christensen's business partner, Gary Sheets, pressured him to pull the funding from the research project. In early October, Christensen did, and also fired his researcher, Brent Metcalf, whom he now suspected of being a Mormon apostate. Meanwhile, Stephen Christensen's business interests took a hit. He and Gary Sheets had invested in 2,100 new apartments in Texas, anticipating an oil boom. But when oil prices took a hit, the value of the real estate significantly dropped. In order to stave off financial ruin, Christensen contemplated selling the White Salamander letter for profit to Yale University rather than donate it to the Mormon Church. But Gordon B. Hinckley was adamant that Christensen turn the letter over. This put Christensen in a very precarious position, and his entire life, business and faith, appeared to be crumbling apart. Meanwhile, in sharp contrast, Hofmann upped his trips to New York to twice a month, staying for a few days to a week in the lap of luxury. While he was there, he purchased a first edition Sherlock Holmes for $22,500, a first edition Alice in Wonderland for $7,475, a first edition of Tom Thumb for $3,500, and a first Italian edition of Pinocchio for $10,000, making a total of $43,475 spent, or $133,800 in modern money. Hofmann also hired a bevy of new researchers on top of Lynn Jacobs: Rick Grunder, a farmer turned autograph dealer; Shannon Flynn, a college dropout with an ostentatious personality and a gift for schmoozing clients; and Brent Metcalf, who had recently been fired by Stephen Christensen. Hofmann also purchased a Toyota MR2 sports car for $14,000, or $43,000 today, in addition to the family minivan that Hofmann used to transport his wife and kids. Hofmann also purchased, illegally, an Uzi machine gun for Shannon Flynn. They would drive the MR2 at high speed around the Utah desert and fire off the Uzi like they were hosting a particularly unhinged episode of Top Gear. Meanwhile, the authentication of the White Salamander letter dragged on into early 1985. Stephen Christensen kept sending it to different experts in the vain hope that it would turn out to be a forgery after all. This included sending the letter to the FBI for a definitive authentication. On February 15th, their forensic chemist told Christensen that the letter had, without a doubt, been written in 1830. The Salamander letter was apparently genuine. Christensen kept up a brave face for the media, dwelling on the historical significance of the document and its importance to the Mormon faith, but he said privately that he despised being interviewed at all. It was a humiliation. As for the Mormon Church, Gordon B. Hinckley gave numerous sermons rallying the faithful, but there was only so much damage control the Mormon Church could do. The American press gleefully ripped Mormonism to shreds for their founder, Joseph Smith, apparently translating a book given to him by an albino amphibian. It was the equivalent of discovering an ancient version of the Gospels which said that Mary, the Blessed Virgin, had not been visited by the angel Gabriel, but was told she would give birth to the Messiah by a fluffy white cat. In other words, it was a blow from which the Mormon Church might not recover. Meanwhile, Gordon B. Hinckley kept up the pressure on Stephen Christensen to donate the White Salamander letter to the church. That way, they could at least keep some semblance of control over which historians examined it and how the document was used. Bearing the full brunt of the financial burden, something that he could ill afford, Christensen was forced to relent. The letter's author, Martin Harris, had also taken a financial hit when his prophet ordered him to do so on behalf of the Book of Mormon. Stephen Christensen had just been ordered to make the same sacrifice. From a certain point of view, Harris and Christensen had a lot in common. They were both loyal to a fault, and they were both the victims of con men. House of Cards. In addition to selling forgeries, Mark Hofmann also made large sums of money by defrauding investors in his rare books and documents business. He ran a sort of pyramid scheme. For example, Hofmann would tell an investor that he could buy a collection of documents written by Daniel Boone for $70,000 and resell the documents individually for around $200,000. The documents did not exist, not even forgeries. They were only a puff of smoke. None the wiser, the investor would give Hofmann the $70,000. A few weeks later, Hofmann would call and say he had sold some or all of the documents at a profit. Hofmann would then try to convince the investor to roll the money over to purchase yet another set of rare documents. For example, a 1643 portfolio of William Shakespeare's plays. If Hofmann couldn't convince the investor to roll over their profits, he'd convince a different enthusiast to part with their cash instead. Hofmann would then pay out some of the money owed to the initial investor, literally robbing Peter to pay Paul, and on it went. By operating this pyramid scheme, The money Hofmann was able to bring in was not limited by the pace at which he could forge historical documents, which was a gradual and painstaking process. Instead, whenever Hofmann wanted some cash, he could just spin a lie about some fabulous discovery, and given his reputation, the investor would believe him. Collectors were always cagey about their sources, so it was not like the investors could easily look into it. But it did mean that Hofmann was always in danger of being in debt to his investors, with no immediate means to repay. And, as we've seen, Hofmann also liked to live life high on the hog and spend quite frivolously. Part of this was motivated by Hofmann's rather nihilistic version of atheism. His worldview concluded that life in the universe was utterly meaningless, and you might as well enjoy yourself to excess with trips, booze, and cars while you could, because there was nothing but darkness and silence awaiting you when your days were done. Embrace today, damn tomorrow. Two of Hofmann's principal investors were Kenneth Woolley, a cousin of Hofmann's wife, Dory, and a real estate millionaire only in his 30s. Another was Alvin Rust, a less prosperous but kind-hearted man who had a passion for history and who operated a rare coin shop in Salt Lake City. Between his forgeries and his pyramid scheme, in under 5 years, Mark Hofmann scammed an estimated $2 to $2.5 million, or $6 to $7.5 million in modern money. 500,000 of that, or $1.5 million today, Hofmann made by selling forgeries to the wealthy lawyer and collector Brent Ashworth, who donated many of his purchases to the Mormon Church. Hofmann conned a further $55,000 from the sale of forgeries to Stephen Christensen, and he had made $65,000 from the sale of his earliest forgeries to the Mormon Church direct. The rest of the money Hofmann made by selling smaller forgeries from Al Capone to Mark Twain, worth a few grand a pop on the wider American market, and by scamming investors out of huge sums via his pyramid scheme, earning the modern equivalent of $6 to $7.5 million in less than 5 years. Ain't no chicken feed. But Hofmann had spent far more than that, living large, maintaining a handsome home with the latest gadgets and mod cons, traveling first class constantly, and staying in posh hotels, and buying extraordinarily expensive first edition books, and self-indulgent things like Uzis and sports cars, and also paying a staff of 4 researchers a generous wage. So, despite earning all that money, as 1985 dawned, Mark Hofmann was actually in a financial black hole, owing hundreds of thousands to his investors. No one knew about it but him. Not his wife Dory, not his employees. No one. Luckily, however, Mark Hofmann hatched a plan that would yield $1.5 million in one fell swoop, or roughly $4.6 million in modern money. The Oath of a Freeman was the first document ever to be printed in American history. It was a 350-year-old pledge of loyalty taken by all the settlers in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and it was the stuff of the Pilgrims and Plymouth Rock and the first breaths of air taken by the 13 colonies and what was to become the United States. In 1639, only 50 copies of the oath were made. As the years slipped by, all 50 of them were lost. Thus, an original copy of the Oath of a Freeman was pure Americana and a priceless relic for historians and collectors everywhere. All Mark Hofmann had to do was produce a convincing forgery and pretend he'd found a copy. On March 11th, 1985, Mark Hofmann flew first class to New York, where he checked into the Empire Hotel, drank himself silly, and bought a first edition copy of Uncle Tom's Cabin at a Sotheby's auction for $13,000, or $40,000 today. Then Hofmann went to the Argosy bookstore on East 59th Street, which was famous for selling antique books, maps, prints, and autographs. Hofmann made a point of talking to the clerk, so he'd be remembered. Then he purchased 4 items of no particular value for $26.42 and got a handwritten receipt. Several days later, Hofmann returned to Salt Lake City and altered the receipt to show that he had bought 5 items for a total of $51.42, with the 5th item listed as Oath of a Freeman. Then Hofmann telephoned Justin Schiller, a New York City rare books dealer, and asked about the 4-inch by 6-inch slip of paper that Hofmann claimed he found in a bargain bin of 18th century English pamphlets. Schiller replied that his specialty was children's books, and he had no idea what the Oath of a Freeman was. So Hofmann flew back to New York and showed Schiller the yellowed piece of paper with the oath printed on it in the style of a 17th century printing press. Hofmann speculated the scrap of paper must be a reprint of the originals produced in 1639. Hofmann and Schiller decided to contact an expert. They called Michael Zinman, who drove from Westchester to New York City that very afternoon to take a look. Zinman examined the scrap of paper for 2 hours and cautiously declared that this document might be an original version of the oath from 1639. 2 days later, in late March, James Gilreath, a documents expert at the Library of Congress, flew to New York City and examined Hofmann's discovery under a fluoroscope. He saw no obvious signs that the document was a forgery. Gilreath volunteered to take the oath to the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., where a line of experts would subject it to a raft of forensics tests in order to authenticate it. He said the tests would take about a month. Hofmann gave his consent. Justin Schiller agreed to foot the bill for the tests in exchange for half the profits from the sale of the document. This was because Hofmann already owed Schiller a significant amount of money. From the sale of the Oath of a Freeman, they each stood to clear approximately $750,000, or $2.3 million in modern money. Meanwhile, Hofmann returned to Salt Lake City and scammed a group of small-time investors, including an old classmate of his from Utah State, out of $22,500 for the purchase and sale of some non-existent rare books. In April 1985, Hofmann informed the investors that he'd sold the books at a 44% markup and convinced them to roll the money over, plus another $160,000 to purchase an original manuscript by Charles Dickens. Hofmann promised to double their money. He used the $182,500, or $542,000 in modern money, to pay off some of his outstanding debts to investors and creditors that were past due. Again, robbing Peter to pay Paul. But he now owed another group of investors $365,000, today worth $1,084,000. But at least it bought him some more time. Worst case scenario, Hofmann could return a little bit more than the original $182,500 and say that he had failed to sufficiently upsell the Dickens manuscript. But Hofmann's reputation would take a hit, and he didn't want to do that. Either way, a windfall like the Oath of a Freeman was essential to settle all debts and put him in the clear. With the remaining cash from the sale, Hofmann planned to buy a luxurious new house in the foothills of the Wasatch Mountains. While he waited for the Library of Congress to finish authenticating the document, Hofmann needed even more cash to tide him over until a buyer could be located, a deal negotiated, and the Oath of a Freeman could be successfully sold. Hofmann decided to twin this effort with his next assault on the Mormon Church. The next set of forgeries would be his masterpiece. It would destroy the already tattered reputation of Joseph Smith. It would bring the Mormon leadership, whom Hofmann suspected already knew their prophet was a fraud, down to their knees. It would cripple the ability of loyal, devout Mormons everywhere to maintain their faith. And it would send the Mormon Church, the whole rotten structure, from foundation to pulpit to the tip of its damn steeple, crashing to the ground in a heap of rubble. The McClellan Collection. On April 15th, 1985, Mark Hofmann paid a visit to one of his principal investors, the rare coin dealer, Alvin Rust. Hofmann told Rust that he'd found a collection of long-lost historical documents in New York, but it had to remain absolutely secret. The collection contained hundreds of documents that concerned the Mormon Church. Hofmann said he'd found the McClellan collection. Alvin Rust immediately knew what that was. William E. McClellan was among the first few hundred converts to Mormonism, being baptized in 1831. He served Joseph Smith faithfully until 1837, when McClellan was enraged by the collapse of Smith's illegal and arguably fraudulent bank in Ohio. McClellan declared that he had no faith in the great prophet and was excommunicated during Smith's purge of the early church leadership in spring 1838. After that, McClellan actually joined the militias warring against Smith's people in Missouri. When Smith surrendered to the state militia at the end of the Mormon War and was locked up in Liberty Jail, McClellan actually requested to fight Smith, but the sheriff did not allow it to happen. After Smith was killed by a lynch mob in 1844, McClellan briefly joined efforts to reorganize the church in the Midwest. He may have despised Joseph Smith, but for some reason, McClellan still believed the golden plates that Smith said he'd found were genuine. Then, in his old age, McClellan eschewed all forms of organized religion, but still passionately believed in the divine origin of the Book of Mormon. It is perhaps unsurprising that McClellan had a very poor opinion of Joseph Smith's character, publicly proclaiming on multiple occasions that the great prophet was not only a polygamist, but was also sometimes just a garden-variety adulterer, and that his first wife, Emma Hale, knew about it. What is more, McClellan had kept a series of diaries from 1831 to 1880. They covered his entry into Mormonism with a fresh burst of fanaticism, his increasing disillusionment with Smith, his exit from the church, and the harsh things he had to say in his embittered later life. But somewhere along the line, the McClellan collection had been lost, and now Mark Hofmann claimed he'd found it. Aside from the diaries, Hofmann claimed there were 3 boxes of documents, including letters written by Joseph Smith and other major figures in Mormonism. Hofmann intended for several of these letters to portray the early church in a highly unflattering light. For instance, a letter from Smith's mother would claim Smith's first vision of God and Jesus didn't happen, that the angel Moroni revealed the golden plates to Smith's brother Alvin, and heavily imply Smith murdered Alvin out of jealousy. The collection would also contain another long-lost slip of Egyptian papyrus from which Smith translated the Book of Abraham, which Hofmann intended to have nothing to do with Abraham whatsoever, reinforcing the fact that Smith was a fraud. Not that Hofmann shared any of these plans with Alvin Rust, who was himself a devout Mormon and just an enthusiast for church history. Rust even expressed concern that the McClellan collection would damage the church's reputation. Hofmann did his best to reassure him. And then came the grift. Hofmann claimed that the New York owner of the McClellan collection, who wished to remain anonymous, wanted $185,000 for it. Hofmann said he could spare $35,000 toward the purchase, and asked Alvin Rust to cover the remaining $150,000, or $445,800 in modern money. Hofmann said they could probably get $300,000 by selling the bulk of the McClellan collection to the Mormon Church, and the less significant items to private collectors. Alvin Rust was no millionaire, and said he needed to take out a bank loan to invest. Given the amount of money involved, Rust stipulated that his son, Galen, accompany Hofmann to New York to make the purchase. This raised a complication for Hofmann, because there was no owner. In fact, there was no collection. Hofmann had yet to forge the hundreds of documents involved. But he desperately needed the $150,000 to stay afloat until the oath of a freeman proved out, so Hofmann resolved to work around the difficulty. On April 23, 1985, Mark Hofmann and Galen Rust boarded a flight to New York, armed with a $150,000 cashier's check from the loan Alvin Rust had taken with the bank. To ensure a swift transaction, Hofmann insisted that he carry the $150,000 check himself. That afternoon, Hofmann took Galen to a book fair and a Sotheby's auction. They were due to meet the owner of the McClellan collection the very next day. At 10 a.m. on April 24th, Galen Rust was waiting by the phone in his hotel room for Hofmann to call. Then, as planned, Galen was supposed to meet Hofmann and the owner at a nearby bank to exchange the money and retrieve the McClellan collection from some safety deposit boxes. However, Galen was still waiting by the phone at 4 p.m. Then Hofmann informed him that the anonymous owner was not able to get away from another appointment and they'd have to wait one more day. On April 25th, Galen Rust again waited by the phone in his room. Several hours later, Hofmann knocked on his hotel room door. He told Galen that the anonymous owner of the McClellan collection was paranoid and in a rush, and Hofmann had to meet him at the bank on the spur of the moment to quickly make the exchange. Hofmann assured Galen that the entire collection was now being shipped back to Salt Lake City, insured for $210,000. In reality, there was no collection, and Hofmann had simply cashed the $150,000 check. Hofmann spent the next 3 days wining and dining Galen Rust at Manhattan restaurants and showing him the exciting world of rare documents by taking him to auction houses, galleries, and museums. The red carpet treatment was designed to soften any anxieties in Galen's mind about the unusual way his father's money had disappeared. They returned to Salt Lake City on April 29th. Hofmann vowed to bring the McClellan collection by Alvin Rust's shop the following day. He did not appear. A week passed without a word from him. Then, on May 6th, Alvin received a phone call from Hofmann, who claimed that he'd gone ahead and sold the McClellan collection to Gordon B. Hinckley and the Mormon Church for a whopping $300,000, or roughly $892,000 in modern money. The payment would shortly be made by the church. Hofmann cautioned Alvin not to breathe a word of the McClellan collection to anyone, since several of the documents were highly controversial and the Mormon Church wanted to operate in absolute secrecy. Alvin Rust, excited to see such a massive return on his investment, bought this story, hook, line, and sinker. But the payment never came, and Hofmann suddenly became near impossible to reach on the phone. Icarus. James Gilreath, from the Library of Congress, had told Hofmann that the tests on the oath of a freeman would take about a month. A month came and went, and Gilreath told Hofmann over the phone that the document would take a little longer to authenticate. Meanwhile, Hofmann not only owed $230,000 to Alvin Rust for his share of the sale of the Phantom McClellan collection, he also owed $365,000 to the cadre of investors who had bought the Charles Dickens manuscript. That was a total of $595,000, or $1.77 million in modern money. Hofmann's share of the oath sale would get him $750,000, which would cover all that, plus a smattering of other debts, and would still put him about $100,000 in the black. Hofmann also intended to eventually forge the McClellan collection, but that would involve composing 49 years of diary entries on period-accurate paper and in another man's writing, along with forging several dozen letters from other Mormon Church leaders, forging a 19th century reprint of an ancient Egyptian book of funeral rites, along with forging a glob of other minutiae people would expect to find in the McClellan collection. It would take months of continuous work, perhaps even years. Quite frankly, Mark Hofmann had bitten off more than he could chew. Nevertheless, once he sold the Oath of a Freeman, he'd be able to pay off Alvin Rust. Then, as far as Rust knew, the McClellan collection was already in the hands of the church and in complete secrecy, and Rust wouldn't breathe a word about its existence. Meanwhile, Hofmann would be in less of a rush to forge the McClellan collection and make the actual sale to the church, netting him another $300,000. It was a tangled, precarious, but workable plan, provided the oath soon got sold. In the meantime, Hofmann resolved to dodge Alvin Rust and make excuses when he couldn't. Meanwhile, in May 1985, Hofmann unleashed a minor salvo against the Mormon Church. He circulated the rumor that he'd found the original 116 pages of the Book of Mormon, which had been lost by Martin Harris when he took the manuscript to New York. Hofmann added to the rumor that the original translation by Joseph Smith involved a lot of prattle about treasure hunting and folk magic. An alarmed member of the Church General Authority contacted wealthy lawyer and collector Brent Ashworth and asked him to look into it. Ashworth telephoned Hofmann, who said he'd indeed found the 116 pages in the possession of a man in Bakersfield, California, but Hofmann opined that he thought the manuscript was a forgery. Ashworth offered Hofmann $10,000 if he would acquire it anyway, since the church would like to examine it and add it to their archive. A few days later, Hofmann called Ashworth back and said the Bakersfield owner did not wish to part with it. Meanwhile, the rumor itself managed to stir public discussion about Smith's past as a treasure-hunting quack who used a magic stone in a top hat. This was not exactly to the church's benefit. Then, in June, Hofmann invited a journalist from the Los Angeles Times to Salt Lake City. Over dinner, Hofmann asked for anonymity and told the reporter that he'd seen the diary of Oliver Cowdery, another one of the 12 witnesses who claimed to have seen the golden plates. According to Hofmann, Cowdery wrote that it was Joseph Smith's older brother Alvin who had first discovered the plates in 1823. Hofmann even went so far as to imply that Joseph Smith, green with envy, had murdered his brother Alvin the following year. This reinforced a letter from Smith's mother that Hofmann claimed was inside the McClellan collection, which pretty much said the same thing. The LA Times journalist went home and parroted this story in a long article. The Mormon Church denied the story, but it was still more damage. In the middle of June, Hofmann finally heard from the Library of Congress. They had subjected the oath of a freeman to X-rays, infrared light, numerous chemical tests of the ink and paper, expert analysis of the impression left by the typeface, taken over 200 photographs of the document, and prepared a 91-page report. So far, the oath of a freeman appeared to be authentic. As such, the Library of Congress felt confident enough to make an offer of purchase for the document. They wanted to house it in a display at the base of the Statue of Liberty. Hofmann and Schiller told them that the asking price was $1.5 million, and they'd refund the money if subsequent testing indicated the oath was not genuine within a year. Things were looking good for Hofmann, if he could stay afloat for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Alvin Rust had grown angry, waiting for his $230,000. Without telling Hofmann, Rust sent a letter to the Mormon Church demanding payment for the McClellan collection. He did not get a reply. Rust drove to Hoffman's house and banged on his front door. Dory Hofmann answered and said her husband was not home. Rust pointed to Hoffman's Toyota MR2 in the driveway and called Dory a liar. Dory held her ground, and Rust left in a blaze of fury and dudgeon. The next day, Hofmann swung by Rust's house and said that the church must have encountered some delays in processing the payment. Rust replied by accusing Hofmann of expanding his business too quickly and making too many purchases at once. Hofmann just sat there and took it. Rust later remarked, quote, "I have never been so harsh on anybody in my life, and I got no reaction at all. He didn't deny it, get mad, apologize, or anything. He just sat there like it didn't mean anything." Hofmann and Schiller heard back from the Library of Congress. They objected to the asking price. $1.5 million was simply too high. It was clear they were seeking to negotiate. But instead, Hofmann and Schiller approached the American Antiquarian Society, asking for $1.5 million, and contemplated putting the oath up for private auction, where they might get up to $2 million for it. Hofmann was between a rock and a hard place. He certainly couldn't drop the price because of his debts, and yet continued negotiations imposed an intolerable delay. One thing was clear. Hofmann needed money to pay off Alvin Rust before he started prosecuting him in open court. So Hofmann took a tremendous risk. He made an appointment with Counselor Gordon B. Hinckley, de facto leader of the Mormon Church. Hinckley would later deny that the following meeting took place, but most scholars now agree that is a probable lie. According to one version of events, Hofmann sat down with Hinckley and told him that he'd located the McClellan collection in Texas, and it contained documents that indicated Joseph Smith was a sex-addled fraud. Hinckley apparently sat and listened as Hofmann enumerated what those documents were: the diaries, letters undermining the first vision and the angel Moroni, and implying Smith committed fratricide, and a slip of Egyptian papyrus invalidating the Book of Abraham. Utterly faith-breaking stuff. Solid historical evidence that there was nothing divine about Mormonism. Worse still, Hofmann claimed that he was in a bidding war with secular collectors and anti-Mormon groups to purchase the collection. Hofmann said he had borrowed money from Alvin Rust to stay in the race, thus explaining away Rust's angry letter to the church, and that he hoped to repay the debt with the sale of the Oath of a Freeman. But the sale had been delayed, and Hofmann lied. He was no closer to obtaining the McClellan collection. Hofmann also made the implicit threat that if he didn't repay Alvin Rust soon, Rust might go public with the McClellan collection's damaging contents. Hinckley allegedly replied he was not in a position to give Hofmann any money, since the church could not be seen playing a role in purchasing the collection, only to suppress it. But there were many loyal sons of the church who would be willing to act as middlemen. Then Hofmann could donate the collection to the church, hopefully without the public ever becoming aware of its existence. Hinckley then allegedly offered to back Hofmann up in his approach to these loyal sons of Mormonism, a claim that is supported by Hofmann's subsequent statements and conduct. The first person Hofmann approached was Wilford Cardin, a Mormon oil and real estate tycoon who lived in Mesa, Arizona. Cardin replied that he'd be happy to put up the money if Gordon B. Hinckley made the request himself. Hofmann and Cardin tried to get Hinckley on the phone, but his secretary said that he was in East Germany, opening the first Mormon temple behind the Iron Curtain. Hofmann could not wait for Hinckley to return. He needed the money now. So he flew back to Salt Lake City and, on June 28th, had a meeting with Stephen Christensen, the stockbroker and Mormon bishop who had purchased the White Salamander letter and donated it to the church. Christensen said that he didn't have the money to purchase the McClellan collection himself, but he volunteered to represent Hofmann in tracking down Mormons who could. Christensen could see how important it was that the church get the documents. He wrote in his diary, quote, "It then follows that church representatives could say that they were never purchased. With any luck, no one will ever ask Mark if he donated the material. It perhaps saves the church for the time being from having to offer an explanation on why they won't release the material and or be under the necessity of mounting a public relations move to counter the contents of the collection." Hofmann and Christensen worked quickly. They telephoned Elder Hugh Pinnock, an influential figure in the church general authority and director of the First Interstate Bank. After only the briefest of explanations, Pinnock said he'd call them back in a couple of minutes. Pinnock then placed a call to the vice president of his bank, who granted a loan at a low rate of interest. Pinnock called Hofmann and Christensen back and said everything was sorted. They headed over to Pinnock's office, and he gave Hofmann a cashier's check for $185,000, the original purchase price Hofmann had told Alvin Rust the McClellan collection would cost. Rust had paid $150,000 of that money, while Hofmann lied that he'd cover the other $35,000. Hofmann was not able to ask Pinnock for more than $185,000 because Rust mentioned that figure in his letter to the church. Pinnock then offered to supply a private jet and an armored car to transport the McClellan collection from Texas to Salt Lake City. Hofmann claimed that wasn't necessary. He'd send the collection via registered mail and insure it for $195,000. Before Hofmann and Christensen left his office, Pinnock asked Hofmann to help track down the 116 pages of the Book of Mormon and the Diary of Oliver Cowdery that Pinnock had heard rumors about. Hofmann, the author of those rumors, assured Pinnock that he was looking into it. Hofmann went to the bank and cashed Pinnock's check. Then Hofmann went to Alvin Rust's house and wrote him a check for $150,000, the amount he'd paid into the investment. Rust asked where his $80,000 in profits were. Hofmann lied that the Mormon Church, after agreeing to a price of $300,000, had developed misgivings about purchasing the McClellan collection directly, only to suppress it. Hofmann told Rust that he had decided to donate the collection instead. Rust was furious and threatened to sue. Hofmann told him about the oath of a freeman and assured Rust that when it sold, he could have his other $80,000. Then, and only then, would Hofmann donate the McClellan collection to the church. Rust wasn't exactly thrilled about getting jerked around, but was placated for the time being. Also, given the Mormon Church was involved, Rust knew to tread carefully. This bought Hofmann some more time, but then, in an insane move, he used the remaining $35,000 from Pinnock's loan to make a down payment on a $550,000 home, or $1.63 million in modern money. It was in the foothills of the Wasatch Mountains. A 6.3% deposit on a house usually wouldn't cut it, but Hofmann agreed to pay an additional $200,000, or roughly $595,000 today, when he, Dory, and their 4 children moved in on October 1st. Without clear reason, Hofmann was digging himself deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, in mid-July, Hofmann made an otherwise unnecessary trip into Texas to feign his second purchase of the McClellan collection. A few days later, he returned to Hugh Pinnock's office in Salt Lake and told him that the collection was secure in a safety deposit box at the bank. Hofmann said that once he sold the Oath of a Freeman, he would be able to stabilize his financial situation and safely donate the McClellan collection to the Mormon Church. As proof of the purchase, Hofmann showed Pinnock an 1822 contract of sale between 2 men, Sidney Rigdon and Solomon Spaulding. The damage the document could do was subtle. Sidney Rigdon was an educated preacher, an early convert to Mormonism. Solomon Spaulding was a quack who claimed the Native Americans were descended from a lost tribe of Israel. Critics of Mormonism had long since alleged that Sidney Rigdon had given Joseph Smith the idea about the Native Americans when he was writing the Book of Mormon, rather than Smith receiving divine guidance in the form of a magic stone and a hat. The contract indicating Rigdon and Spaulding knew each other was proof of the theory that Rigdon had coached Smith with that particular bizarre idea. Pinnock was horrified by the document, and it gave him a taste of what other damaging stuff must be in the McClellan collection. Hofmann left satisfied that everyone involved in his precarious balancing act had been sufficiently duped for the time being. But, suddenly, in August, another problem reared its ugly head. Brent Ashworth, the wealthy lawyer and collector who had spent roughly $500,000, or $1.5 million in modern money, buying forgeries from Mark Hofmann in the past few years. Hofmann had previously offered to find Ashworth a letter, written, supposedly, by Joseph Smith on the day he died, to a leader in the Nauvoo Army, General Jonathan Dunham, asking Dunham to gather as many men as he could and come to Carthage, Illinois, and rescue him from jail. The letter disappeared, or so Hofmann said. Brent Ashworth, smitten with the idea of owning the great prophet's last letter, made Hofmann promise to get it for him. The letter and the story were, in fact, a total fabrication. Utter bullshit. Hofmann subsequently forged the letter, but then he turned around and sold the Dunham letter to a rival collector of Ashworth's, a dentist named Richard Marks from Phoenix, Arizona, for $20,000. Brent Ashworth was furious. He went around telling people in the industry that Mark Hofmann was a two-faced liar and double dealer. Given that Hofmann was in the middle of perpetrating frauds on multiple fronts, Ashworth's rumors was something he could not afford. So Hofmann tried to correct the wrong. Using a middleman to avoid paying the money straight away, Hofmann purchased back the Dunham letter from Richard Marks, who raised the price from $20,000 to $90,000. Hofmann also had to pay the middleman a $20,000 commission and a $6,000 sales tax for a total of $116,000. All of it was due on September 1st. Hofmann approached Brent Ashworth and told him he could get him the Dunham letter for $60,000. A mollified Ashworth agreed and handed over the money. The forgery ultimately put Hofmann $56,000 in the hole. So, to recap, Hofmann owed $185,000 to Pinnock's First Interstate Bank. He owed $80,000 to Alvin Rust. He owed $56,000 to his middleman, due September 1st, for the Dunham letter. He owed $200,000 for his new house in the Wasatch Foothills, due October 1st. He owed between $182,500 and $365,000 to the investors in the Dickens manuscript, and he owed approximately $50,000 in sundry debts to other investors and creditors. This was a total of $753,500 to $936,000, or between $2.2 and $2.8 million in modern money. He also owed the Mormon Church the McClellan collection, 3 boxes of hundreds of historical documents that he would need to painstakingly forge. Much was riding on the oath of a freeman, paying out $750,000, and even then, Hofmann would still be in the hole. Meanwhile, the American Antiquarian Society told Hofmann they needed more time to authenticate the document. They had the Library of Congress's 91-page report, but the Antiquarian Society wanted to subject the oath to new tests, including radiocarbon dating. This imposed a delay that would likely push things past all of Hofmann's deadlines. Worse still, the American Antiquarian Society was trying to negotiate Hofmann down on the price. They offered $1.25 million instead of $1.5. Hofmann's partner in the transaction, Justin Schiller, said they might have to accept it. In short, Hofmann was fucked. Meanwhile, Stephen Christensen's financial troubles, which had begun around the time of the White Salamander letter in 1984, came to a head. His investment company, which had lost millions in Texas real estate, was going under. He severed his business connection with his partner, Gary Sheets. There appears to have been some acrimony between them. Then Christensen began to worry about the Salt Lake PD, or FBI, investigating what could be construed as misappropriation of funds by his investment company. Stephen Christensen sold his entire collection of rare books and documents to pool some money for any potential legal fees. In order to keep bringing in an income, Christensen decided to go into business as a financial consultant, setting up shop in an office he rented in downtown Salt Lake. The building that housed Christensen's office was a 7-story neoclassical structure dating back to 1907 called the Judge Building. The bombings of Latter-day Saints. It had been a rough few years for the Mormon Church. First, a blessing from Joseph Smith, where he named his son the leader of the Missouri Reformed Church, and not Brigham Young, the leader of the Utah Church, as his successor. Then the White Salamander letter, where an amphibian, instead of an angel, showed Joseph Smith the golden plates, quickly followed by the leak that the Mormon Church had purchased a letter by Joseph Smith about hidden treasure and magic sticks in order to suppress it. Then there were the rumors about the original 116 pages being more pagan in nature, and a diary by Oliver Cowdery claiming Smith's brother, Alvin, was the one to find the golden plates, and that Smith might have murdered him out of jealousy. And now there was the McClellan collection, which, if the famous rare documents dealer Mark Hofmann was to be believed, was chock full of damaging information. Something had to be done to bring this run of misfortune to an end. Counselor of the First Presidency, Gordon B. Hinckley, gave a televised address where he slammed historians for, quote, poking around the crevices of our history, ferreting out little things of small import, and magnifying them into great issues for public discussion. At the same televised event, Apostle Russell M. Nelson said, "The merciful companion of truth is silence. Some truths are best left unsaid." In other words, it didn't matter if recent historical discoveries had revealed scandalous and damaging things about Joseph Smith and the origins of Mormonism. In order to protect the status quo, these things should not be investigated and should not be discussed. It didn't matter if the damaging information was true. The church was all that mattered. In similar vein, on August 16, 1985, while giving a seminar at Brigham Young University, Apostle Dallin Oaks warned people against criticizing the church leadership. Quote, "The fact that something is true is not always a justification for communicating it. Evil speaking of the Lord's anointed is in a class by itself. It is quite another thing to criticize or deprecate a person for the performance of an office in which he or she has been called to by God. It does not matter if that criticism is true." In other words, shut up and let us keep our power. On August 27th, Mark Hofmann received some catastrophic news. The American Antiquarian Society concluded from testing that the Oath of a Freeman was definitely from the mid-17th century, but there was not enough proof to confirm it was part of the first print run of 50 copies in 1639. As such, the Antiquarian Society reduced their offer to just $250,000. Hoffman's share of $125,000 would barely put a dent in his massive debts. As such, Hofmann and Schiller told the Antiquarian Society that the markings and imperfections on the Oath of a Freeman copy matched those of the 1639 printing press, which had produced other documents, and they insisted on the price of $1.5 million. Otherwise, Hofmann and Schiller threatened to find another buyer. While Hofmann awaited the Antiquarian Society's response, the IRS sent him a final warning for the $102,000 he owed in back taxes, or $303,000 in modern money. Hofmann wrote them a check that he knew would bounce. Once again, in need of money to stay afloat, Hofmann telephoned Thomas Wilding, a former classmate of his at Utah State and one of the investors in the Dickens manuscript, and told him of a fantastic new opportunity. Hofmann told Wilding the Oath of a Freeman was going to sell for $1.5 million, and in the meantime, a mysterious dealer in Boston, in reality was Hoffman's employee Lynn Jacobs, had found a second copy of the Oath. Hofmann claimed the Boston dealer needed money and was willing to sell it for $500,000, or roughly $1.5 million today. Wilding was convinced and pledged to contact the other investors so they could put some money together. By September 12th, the investors had pooled together $176,000 and handed it over to Hofmann. They would need to find further investors in order to raise more. Meanwhile, Hofmann turned around and used $158,000 of that money to pay off the middleman for the Dunham letter and the IRS for the back taxes. But the same day that Wilding and the other investors parted with their money, they got word from an executive at the First Interstate Bank not to trust Hofmann. He had taken out $185,000 in loans and was not keeping up with the repayments. The next morning, September 13th, Wilding showed up at Hoffmann's home and asked about the $185,000 loan. Hofmann said it was a trivial matter. He hadn't kept up with the payments because his own clients were late in repaying their debts. Wilding asked where the money they gave him was. Hofmann said that he'd already wired $142,000 to the Boston dealer as a down payment on the second copy of the oath, and the remaining $31,000 was safe at the bank. Wilding said that he and the investors were no longer comfortable and wanted to back out of the oath deal. Hofmann gave no visible reaction to the news, and impassively said he'd go to the bank when it opened at 10 a.m. and get them their $31,000. Then he'd persevere to get the remaining sum back from the Boston dealer. Deeply suspicious, Wilding said that wasn't good enough. He wanted all their money back, now. If not, Wilding said he would contact his lawyer and start the process of a lawsuit against Hofmann and inform the police about a potential fraud. Wilding also insisted on waiting in his car in front of Hofmann's house so they could go to the bank and get the $31,000 together. At 10 a.m., Wilding and Hofmann walked into the Rocky Mountain Bank, and Hofmann cleaned out all the money in his account, totaling just $18,000. He handed it to Wilding. Hofmann explained that the other $13,000 must have been debited in the past day to meet some of his business expenses. Wilding said he didn't care. Hofmann could sell his assets or get a loan from a trading partner. He wasn't leaving his side until the investment money was returned. And so, Hofmann and Wilding went to see Alvin Rust. Wilding stood several yards away while Hofmann, uncharacteristically panicked, begged Rust in hushed tones for a $158,000 loan, saying that the bank would otherwise foreclose on his house. Rust told Hofmann that he still owed him $80,000 and he had no more money to give him. So Hofmann and Wilding drove to the Deseret bookstore, where Hofmann told the clerk, Kurt Bench, that he needed $158,000 straight away to save his house. In exchange for a loan, Hofmann was willing to hand over his entire book collection, stuffed with genuine first editions of Tolkien, Beatrix Potter, and the like. It was worth an estimated $375,000. Hofmann was willing to part with it as collateral. In return for the loan, Hofmann said he'd pay the Deseret bookstore $200,000 on January 1st, 1986. Bench said he'd consult his employer and told Hofmann to come back at 4 p.m. When Hofmann and Wilding returned, Bench said his employer needed another few days to think about it. When Wilding and Hofmann went to Wilding's office that evening, another investor, Sid Jensen, was waiting for them. Jensen had sunk his retirement savings into the Oath investment. When Jensen saw that Hofmann was only able to return a measly $18,000 of the $176,000 they had given him only yesterday, Jensen lunged at Hofmann, pinned him to the wall, and punched him repeatedly in the face. Wilding and Jensen continued to interrogate Hofmann about the missing $158,000 for the next 2 hours. They didn't buy Hoffman's story that he'd already used most of it as a down payment to this Boston dealer. They also reminded Hofmann that they had already invested $182,500 in the Charles Dickens manuscript under the promise he could double their money. Hofmann only managed to extract himself from Wilding's office by telling them about the sale of some important historical documents to the Mormon Church that was due to take place in mid-October. If Wilding and Jensen gave him more time to return their money, Hofmann offered to give them his $115,000 share, which in reality didn't exist, on top of what he owed them. Wilding drew up a contract for the debt of $455,500 and made Hofmann sign it. Starting on October 15th, for every day that passed where Hofmann didn't repay the debt, an additional $4,000 penalty would be added to what he owed. And with that, Wilding and Jensen let Hofmann go. With no immediate prospect of the oath of a freeman's selling, Hofmann was now well and truly up shit creek. The deal on Hoffmann's new house fell through. There was no way he could find $200,000 before October 1st, but at least that shaved $200,000 of what he now owed, down to a total of roughly $770,000, or $2.3 million in modern money. Speaking of which, church elder and First Interstate Bank director Hugh Pinnock was starting to get uneasy. He had acted as guarantor for Hofmann's $185,000 loan to purchase the McClellan collection, and now Hofmann wasn't meeting his payments. If Hofmann defaulted on the loan, the bank could come after Hugh Pinnock for the money. The old man could lose his house. The McClellan collection was supposedly in Hofmann's safety deposit box in Salt Lake City, but Pinnock hadn't seen it. He began to doubt whether it really existed at all. He reached out to Stephen Christensen, who had brought Hofmann to Pinnock in the first place and vouched for him. Pinnock instructed Christensen to approach Hofmann and figure out what the hell was going on. Stephen Christensen gave Hofmann the ultimatum that he had until October 3rd to donate the McClellan collection to the church, or else pay back the $185,000 loan in full. As September gave way to October, Hofmann asked for an extension until October 7th and then October 15th. After that, Christensen would tolerate no further delays. Either Hofmann paid up or turned over the McClellan collection on October 15th, or Hugh Pinnock would start legal proceedings against him. Christensen also threatened getting the police involved and excommunicating Hofmann from the Mormon Church. Excommunication would effectively destroy Hofmann in Salt Lake City and alienate many of his friends and colleagues, shame his parents, and endanger his marriage to his wife. Hofmann certainly didn't have time to forge the McClellan collection. That would take months, possibly even years. And Hofmann also didn't have $185,000 to spare. Interestingly, he never considered selling his personal book collection, worth $375,000, to at least make a dent in what he owed. Instead, Hofmann decided on a much more destructive course of action. On October 5th, 1985, Mark Hofmann went to a Radio Shack in Salt Lake City and purchased some C-size batteries, a circuit tester, and some mercury switches, which are small glass capsules containing mercury that trigger the flow of electricity when tilted. Then he went to a hobby shop and purchased more C batteries and got rocket igniters to generate an electric spark. Then he went to a hardware store and bought a few 12-inch lengths of pipe. At another hardware store, he bought carpenter's nails and a small supply of loose gunpowder. Then he went to the post office and bought boxes, brown paper, and duct tape. Hofmann had previously learned about bomb making from his copy of the Anarchist Cookbook. Hofmann's plan was to murder Stephen Christensen with a pipe bomb concealed inside a package on the doorstep of his office at the Judge Building on October 15th. That was the day Christensen was due to retrieve the McClellan collection. Hofmann later said, "I tried to justify that the taking of life was for my own survival, and that was, philosophically, not an inappropriate thing to do. I had feelings of, not guilt so much, as far as, what happens if I'm wrong? Or what happens if there really is a God?" Then, in order to divert suspicion away from himself, Hofmann would plant a second bomb in the driveway of the home of Stephen Christensen's former business partner, Gary Sheets. Then the police might assume the murder was related to the collapse of their investment company or their failed acquisitions in Texas. For the second bomb, it didn't really matter if Gary Sheets was killed or if another member of his household picked up the package, so long as it looked like Gary Sheets was the intended target. Hofmann was not particularly bothered by the thought of killing innocent people. Quote, "My thoughts were, that's no great harm done. They might have died in a car accident, because of the worthlessness of life or whatever." Whatever, indeed. This callous disregard for human life was rooted in Hofmann's nihilistic version of atheism. He wasn't answerable for any of his crimes in the hereafter. The hereafter didn't exist. He just needed to avoid getting caught in the mortal realm. And for that, he was perfectly willing to sacrifice other people. Quote, "I have a philosophy of life. As far as its development, It's hard for me to say if my actions spring out of that philosophy, or if I had developed my philosophy in order to justify my actions. The police only needed to be distracted by the false Christensen-Sheets connection for a single day, because, on October 16th, Hofmann intended to set off a third bomb in his own car while he sat inside it. The bomb would be located nearer to the back, in the space between the driver's and passenger's seats, and the trunk in the two-seater sports car. The bomb would have less gunpowder inside it, and lack any carpenter nail projectiles. In the trunk of his car, Hofmann had stacked a dozen forgeries that looked like they belonged to the McClellan collection. If a single scrap of them survived the explosion, Hofmann would have proof for the claim that the McClellan collection had been in the trunk of his car and destroyed by the bomb. The bombing narrative would then change to a Mormon fanatic catching wind of the existence of the extremely damaging collection and trying to kill everyone in connection with it, namely Hofmann and Christensen, with the latter's former business partner, Gary Sheets, somehow being mistakenly associated with it and targeted as well. The Mormon fanatic theory didn't have to be flawless from Hofmann's perspective, so long as it prevented any serious police suspicion from falling on him. Hofmann would later claim that the third bomb was actually intended as a suicide attempt in order to gain sympathy for himself, but that does not explain the reduced amount of gunpowder, the lack of carpenter nails, the location of the bomb in the back of the vehicle, and the fake McClellan scraps being in the trunk, if indeed it was his intention to kill himself. Hofmann likely knew he would be injured. It had to look convincing, but he probably hoped he would survive without permanent disability or disfigurement. Another theory has emerged that the third bomb on Wednesday, October 16th, was meant for collector Brent Ashworth, but the bomb had gone off accidentally in Hofmann's car. He usually met Ashworth at the Crossroads Mall on Wednesday afternoons to discuss any rare books or documents Hofmann had on offer. But this theory quickly falls apart. Hofmann hadn't arranged to meet Brent Ashworth that day. He had an appointment with church elder Hugh Pinnock at that time instead. Hofmann himself has never specifically asserted that he intended to kill Ashworth, and Hofmann didn't owe him any large sums of money that were immediately due. In fact, he had recently gone 56 grand in the hole to restore relations with him. And it is difficult to understand exactly how Hofmann could have blown Ashworth up by meeting him at the mall without immediately bringing suspicion on himself. The same goes for the notion that Hofmann intended the bomb for Hugh Pinnock. Instead, most investigators now agree that it is overwhelmingly likely that Hofmann's target with the third bomb wasn't Ashworth or Pinnock or Alvin Rust or Thomas Wilding, but the McClellan collection itself. Or rather, the small cluster of forgeries Hofmann had managed to put together to ape its existence. Hofmann made one final attempt to avoid enacting his callous and despicable plan. On October 11th, he paid a visit to the office of Gordon B. Hinckley. Hofmann told Hinckley that he may have located the Kinderhook plates. These were unearthed in 1843 near Kinderhook, Illinois, about 70 miles south of the Mormon commune of Nauvoo. But far from being another scam of Joseph Smith's, these plates were planted by 3 critics of Mormonism in order to fool Smith himself. After they were discovered during a staged excavation, the Kinderhook plates were brought to Smith, who looked at them and declared that the strange hieroglyphs on them told the partial story of ancient Israelite slaves in Egypt. Smith was going to translate them fully, thus exposing him as a fraud, but he soon lost interest in them, and no official translation was ever published. It is possible Smith eventually realized he was the target of a deception. It was hardly difficult to work out, given that the other divine plates found on American soil were all discovered by him, and Smith well knew what the truth of those discoveries were. The Kinderhook plates were a curious part of Mormon history, but Gordon B. Hinckley told Hofmann that he wasn't interested. At this point, Hinckley was highly suspicious of Hofmann due to the delay over the McClellan collection, and he didn't want to deal any further with him. And, with that, the fate of Stephen Christensen was sealed. A few hours after his meeting with Gordon B. Hinckley, Mark Hofmann got into his sports car and drove out to Skull Valley in the Utah desert. He tested one of the bombs by triggering a rocket igniter with a pulse sent down an extension cord, while Hofmann stood 50 feet away. It detonated successfully. The rehearsal was over. Now Hofmann patiently awaited the live performance. On Monday, October 14th, Columbus Day, Hofmann spent the day with his wife and 4 young children. They rented some movies, ordered some pizza for lunch, and in the afternoon went for a drive. That evening, Hofmann went over to the home of one of his employees, Shannon Flynn. They drank wine and talked. The subject under discussion was polygamy and the hypocrisy of the Mormon Church. Hofmann arrived home at 11:30 p.m., spoke to his wife for a few minutes until she went to bed, and then he went downstairs to his workshop and assembled the bombs. In order to stop the 2 packages from exploding prematurely, Hofmann punctured them with an ice pick and ran the trigger wires outside the packages and temporarily taped them separately to the side so they did not touch. When the time came to plant the packages at their final destination, Hofmann would place them on the ground so they were in no danger of being tilted, connect the trigger wires, and gently push the wires back through the hole. Then, the next person who picked up one of the packages and tilted it to any degree whatsoever would cause the bomb to detonate. Hofmann finished his work at 2:30 a.m. He laid the packages to one side and began scouring his workshop. He disposed of the incriminating leftover ingredients by placing them into garbage bags. Then, making 3 trips, he carried the garbage bags and the 2 bomb packages out to the family van he used to transport his wife and children. Hofmann drove toward the affluent suburb of Holiday, disposing of the garbage bags in separate dumpsters along the way. He arrived at the home of the Sheets family at around 3 a.m. He parked his car on the street and quickly placed the bomb at the top of the driveway, primed it, and left. The package was so placed at the top of the driveway that both Gary Sheets and Kathy Sheets missed it when they left the house that morning. Kathy Sheets would spot it when she returned home from shopping. After planting the bomb at the Sheets residence, Hofmann drove back to his house, arriving at around 3:30 or 4 a.m., and took a nap on the couch. He was awakened an hour or so later by the sound of his newborn baby daughter crying. Dory Hofmann called out to Mark to attend to her. Hofmann gently rocked his daughter back and forth in his arms, soothing her back to sleep. It was now 6 a.m. Hofmann left his house for the second time and drove to the Judge Building in downtown Salt Lake. He placed the bomb package on the floor outside of Stephen Christensen's office. To fend off the early morning autumn chill, Hofmann had been wearing a green Letterman jacket. The first bomb went off at the Judge Building at approximately 8:15 a.m. The second bomb went off at the Sheets residence at 9:28 a.m. Kathy Sheets was killed instantly. Stephen Christensen suffered. Mark Hofmann kept a close eye on the clatter of news reports throughout the day. According to Hoffman's plan, Gary Sheets told the media that the bomber was likely an embittered former investor of his and Christensen's, though he couldn't for the life of him imagine whom. The next morning, October 16th, Hofmann received a phone call from church elder Hugh Pinnock. Despite the shock of the death of Stephen Christensen, Pinnock was still riding Hofmann about the $185K loan and the McClellan collection. Pinnock had told one of the loan officers at the First Interstate Bank to, quote, hold his feet to the fire. Pinnock insisted on meeting Hofmann at 2:30 p.m. to discuss the situation. Pinnock's attorney would be present. Hofmann either had to turn over the McClellan collection or pay. But Hofmann had a plan. In the afternoon of October 16th, Hofmann drove to his meeting with Hugh Pinnock. He had a third bomb package with him. The trigger wires were disarmed. Hofmann reached downtown Salt Lake at around 2:15 p.m. and pulled into the parking lot of the Deseret Gym not far from Mormon Church headquarters. The bomb was shoved between the driver's seat and the thin wall separating the trunk of the car, which now contained roughly a dozen McClellan forgeries and some unrelated books and documents to pad things out. When the bomb went off, it would look like the McClellan collection was destroyed, while Hofmann was in the process of delivering it to Pinnock. The bomb contained far less gunpowder than the Sheets and Christensen devices, and did not have any carpenter nail projectiles. The cushioned driver's seat would absorb most of the blast, but Hofmann still risked being seriously injured. But this risk was necessary to make the story stick. Contrary to what you might think, it was actually safer to have the bomb behind the driver's seat where Hofmann would be sitting, since, if Hofmann put it behind the passenger's seat, there would be nothing between him and the diagonal trajectory of the blast. Meanwhile, the wall separating the trunk was effectively as flimsy as cardboard. The trunk, and everything in it, would face the full force of the explosion. After parking the car at the Deseret Gym, Hofmann got out of the driver's side door and stood next to the car. He leaned in behind the driver's seat to prime the bomb. The idea was to connect the trigger wires, get back into the car, and drive off. The second the car moved, the mercury switch would tilt and the bomb would explode. However, when Hofmann connected the trigger wires, he made the mistake of nudging the package slightly, and the bomb went off prematurely. The explosion tossed Hofmann away from the vehicle and tore at his clothes. A piece of metal lodged into Hoffmann's right knee. The top joint of the middle finger on his right hand was completely blown off, exposing the bone. He sustained deep lacerations all over his chest and the side of his head. He was bleeding profusely, lying on the ground, having gone into shock. Meanwhile, the car's roof had been blown off, the glass of the windshield and windows completely shattered, and the explosion twisted and contorted the middle part of the car's frame. Because of the placement of the bomb, the front of the sports car was relatively undamaged, but the full force and fury of the blast was concentrated on the back of the car. The thin wall separating the trunk was annihilated. The explosion rippled across the trunk, causing its metal hood to crumple and collapse. It blew a large hole at the end of the car. Several small charred fragments of the McClellan forgeries fluttered through the air and came to rest upon the ground. Meanwhile, the driver's seat was scorched, with the stuffing blown through it at several points. The passenger's seat was in even worse condition. It was actually fortunate for Hofmann that the bomb had gone off prematurely, because if Hofmann had been behind the wheel, he could have sustained severe spinal injuries that might have paralyzed him for life. After the explosion, several onlookers rushed forward to offer Hofmann assistance. A young man, Bradley Christensen, no relation, saw through Hoffmann's torn clothing that he was wearing the garments of the holy priesthood, the Mormon magic underwear. Being a Mormon himself, the young man took out the consecrated holy oils he always carried with him and sprinkled them on Hofmann. Then Bradley delivered a traditional spoken blessing that commanded Hofmann to live. Hoffmann's employee, Shannon Flynn, later said that the young man had no idea who he was talking to, who he was commanding to live. According to Shannon Flynn, he was talking to Satan. The devil wears green. A mere 2 hours after Hofmann was injured in the explosion, church elder Hugh Pinnock made a call to the First Interstate Bank. He instructed a loan officer to keep quiet about the $185,000 loan Hofmann had borrowed to purchase the McClellan collection. The church did not want the public becoming aware of the transaction. Meanwhile, Pinnock told the loan officer to ease off on Hofmann with regard to the $185,000. They couldn't hound a man in hospital in critical condition while a police investigation was underway. And if the early reports Pinnock was hearing were true, a cluster of old documents had been destroyed in the explosion. This was probably the McClellan collection. Hofmann must have been bringing it to their meeting. He had been acting in good faith, after all. Given what the McClellan collection was said to contain, perhaps it was for the best that it was destroyed. Meanwhile, Hofmann could be given more time to repay what he owed. As word circulated that Mark Hofmann had been injured in the third horrifying explosion in 2 days, Thomas Wilding and his group of investors suspended the $4,000 a day penalty on the $455K debt for as long as Hofmann was in hospital, and they didn't rule out suspending it even for longer while he got his life back together. Sure, Wilding and the other investors wanted their money back, but they weren't monsters. They were good Christians and compassionate human beings. In short, Hofmann's plan had worked to a T. But it wasn't over yet. The day before, October 15th, when the first 2 bombs had gone off in Salt Lake City, homicide detectives and FBI agents scrambled to make sense of the situation. They compiled a list of suspects, all of them connected to the failed investment business run by Stephen Christensen and Gary Sheets. They began combing through the company's financial records. Gary Sheets, the presumed intended target of the bomb that killed his wife, was placed under police protection. Agent Jerry Taylor of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, or ATF, flew in from San Francisco to examine the type of bombs used in the murders. And Jerry Dahlia, the public prosecutor in charge of crimes involving arson and bombings, was assigned to the case. Dahlia, a non-Mormon who came in that morning with a hangover from too much wine the night before, wryly remarked to his chief investigator, Michael George, "Well, it's a beautiful day for a bombing." Meanwhile, Salt Lake City Police Chief Bud Willoughby made a public statement giving assurances that the culprit would be found and that they had not ruled out a connection to the business Christensen and Sheets ran together. Behind the scenes, investigators had not yet found anything in the company's financial records that suggested a strong motive for murder. But when Mark Hofmann was critically injured in a third bombing on the afternoon of October 16th, the very next day, it immediately wrenched the focus of the investigation away from the Christensen-Sheets investment business toward the world of Mormon history. Hofmann was a rare books and documents dealer who was most famous for finding the White Salamander letter in 1984. Stephen Christensen had bought the Salamander letter and donated it to the Mormon Church. And Gary Sheets, while not directly involved in the transaction, had some influence over the funding of the aborted research project into the letter. Here was a clear enough motive for murder. Due to the damaging nature of the Salamander letter, a Mormon fanatic may have targeted all of them. Meanwhile, despite Hugh Pinnock's best efforts, by the evening of October 16th, word of the McClellan collection's existence had already leaked to police and the media. This likely came from one of Hofmann's employees or one of his colleagues in the documents world. The collection was also supposedly damaging to Mormonism, and this redoubled police suspicion that the bombings were religiously motivated. Chief Willoughby gave another public statement identifying the McClellan collection and stating that some of the burned documents they found inside and near Hofmann's vehicle were the likely remains of it. They also found the remains of unrelated materials, like a first edition Joel Chandler Harris and a couple modern reprints of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Alvin Rust went to the media soon after and revealed himself as the silent investor behind Hofmann's acquisition of the McClellan collection. Rust claimed that the church was going to buy it for $300,000. This was not really true, since that was entirely Hofmann's lie to get $150,000 out of him. In reality, the church had never actually offered to buy the collection, and Hofmann subsequently told Rust that he was being compelled to donate it to them instead. Rust did not mention the donation part of the story, so, as far as the public knew, the Mormon Church was going to buy the McClellan collection for $300K, likely only to suppress it. The church half-accurately denied Rust's claim that they were going to purchase the collection for $300,000, and said that Hofmann was always going to donate it to the church. They neglected to mention the $185K loan they had secured for Hofmann to acquire the collection in the first place. Salt Lake homicide detectives went to interview counselor to the First Presidency, Gordon B. Hinckley, and asked to see the records of his meetings with Mark Hofmann. Hinckley denied ever keeping any records. This seems unlikely. The chief investigator for the attorney's office, Michael George, later remarked, "It became apparent that the church was hindering our investigation." The blunt fact was, at this point in the investigation, the Mormon Church likely did not want to reveal that it had conspired to quietly obtain the McClellan collection in order to keep its damaging contents from the public. That is, unless they had to. Meanwhile, everybody connected to the White Salamander letter and the McClellan collection, along with their immediate families, were placed under police protection. This included Brent Metcalf, the former researcher on the White Salamander letter and now Hofmann's employee, Alvin Rust, the silent McClellan investor, but also people as distant from the situation as Randy Rigby, Stephen Christensen's partner in his new consultancy firm in the Judge Building. They were all told to evacuate their houses so that police could bring in the bomb squad and sniffer dogs. The searches found nothing. After the third explosion, Mark Hofmann had been rushed to the emergency room at the Latter-day Saints Hospital. Paramedics had staunched the bleeding from the lacerations on his chest and head, where tiny fragments of broken glass had come flying at him at 110 miles per hour. Hofmann's torn clothes were removed, including his magic underwear. They were speckled with dark dots from the upholstery that the explosion had ripped out of the car. Hofmann had been conscious since the explosion and was given morphine for the pain, especially from his severed finger and the chunk of metal in his right knee. His father, Bill Hofmann, arrived at the emergency room 20 minutes after his son's arrival. Bill sprinkled his boy with consecrated oils to speed up the healing process. Hofmann's wife, Dory, arrived soon after. She had been driven to the hospital by her sister, since Dory was unable to stop shaking since she received the phone call about Hofmann's brush with death. An hour later, while Hofmann was waiting for surgery, Salt Lake City homicide detective Jim Bell arrived to question him. Bell noted that Hofmann was being cagey. He asked where Hofmann was prior to the bombing. Hofmann rather tersely replied, "Just driving around." "Where?" Bell asked. "Around," Hofmann replied. "Thinking." Hofmann then described the events in the Deseret Gym parking lot leading up to the bombing. He had briefly gone into the gym to inquire after a membership, and when he came out, he noticed a strange package that was somehow inside his car. He tried to pick it up, and it had exploded. Bell asked, "Do you know anyone who might want to kill you?" "No," Hofmann said flatly. Then he was wheeled away for a CT scan. No speculation, no anxiety, just a flat no. Bell speculated that perhaps it was the shock of the event, or the morphine. On the other hand, Bell got the distinct impression that Hofmann was trying to watch what he said, trying to avoid saying the wrong thing. Detective Bell returned to the gym parking lot, where the wreck of Hofmann's Toyota MR2 was still smoldering. Bell approached ATF agent Jerry Taylor, who said his initial appraisal was that the explosive was the same kind of pipe bomb that had killed Stephen Christensen and Kathy Sheets the day before, but that the bomb was about a quarter to half the explosive power. Bell and Taylor briefly discussed how the bomber would need to be very lucky to spot Hofmann in the gym parking lot, already have the bomb on him already, and somehow slip the package into Hofmann's vehicle in the brief period where the documents dealer left the car unattended. The perpetrator would need to handle the bomb very carefully and prime it very rapidly without being spotted. Perhaps the bomber had followed Hofmann around that day, or perhaps the package had been placed in Hofmann's vehicle earlier, but that wouldn't explain why the bomb hadn't gone off during the car ride, or why Hofmann could have driven around all afternoon without noticing a suspicious brown package shoved behind the driver's seat of his cramped two-seater sports car. Agent Taylor shrugged and said to Detective Bell, "Maybe he's your man." Though why, exactly, Hofmann would kill 2 people and then blow himself up remained unclear. Meanwhile, everyone connected to the White Salamander letter and the McClellan collection was a suspect in the bombings. That included Hofmann, Hoffman's staff, his investors and fellow dealers, and even church figures like Hugh Pinnock and Gordon B. Hinckley. But for the last of these, the Salt Lake police knew to tread lightly around the church, or they'd wall themselves off behind a squadron of lawyers. The same caution did not apply to Hoffman's staff and colleagues. Of particular interest was Hoffman's genealogical researcher, Brent Metcalf. He had previously worked in the Mormon Church archives before being unceremoniously fired for alleged subversive activities, the crime of reading a historical source in the archives that was potentially damaging to Mormonism. Metcalf had then gone to work as a researcher for Stephen Christensen on the White Salamander project, but Christensen had pulled the plug and fired Metcalf after a few months. It was then that Metcalf came to work for Mark Hofmann. There might be something to that. On October 16th, 17th, and 18th, Metcalf was interviewed for hours and hours multiple times. Investigators grilled him about his past employment. It was feasible that Metcalf might hold a grudge against Christensen and his partner Gary Sheets for firing him, but police could discern no clear motive for Metcalf to attempt to murder Mark Hofmann. He was given a polygraph test. He beat it. Police let him go for the time being. Meanwhile, police suspicion also fell on Alvin Rust. He had invested in the McClellan collection and had been angered when the return of his money, plus profits, was delayed. Police didn't go so far as to haul Rust down to the station, but they did swing by his coin store to take several witness statements, sometimes multiple times per day, going over the details of the McClellan collection again and again. Given that the Mormon Church wasn't talking much outside of prepared statements, the police were largely dependent on Rust's version of events, namely, the church's intention to buy the collection for $300,000 and the New York purchase in April, rather than the story about a Texas purchase in July that Hofmann had spun to Hugh Pinnock. If the church had been more forthcoming, perhaps police would have noticed the discrepancy earlier. On October 18th, Brent Metcalf and another one of Hoffmann's employees, Shannon Flynn, went on a local Salt Lake City daytime talk show, Talk About, where they both denied having anything to do with the bombings. Metcalf was diplomatic and respectful, saying that Stephen Christensen was the most loving man you could ever meet. In contrast, Shannon Flynn was rather smug and dismissive of the investigation. He said, "I think this is an exercise in futility on part of the law enforcement community. They spent a large amount of time investigating an interesting subject, but one that I don't think necessarily has anything to do with the murders." Shannon Flynn was pulled in for questioning that night. He had accompanied Hofmann on many of his document deals around the country. He was intelligent, well-spoken, but he was also smarmy and gave the impression he thought that he was the smartest man in the room. Flynn and Hofmann had become close friends. According to Mark and Dory Hofmann, Mark had spent the evening before the murder of Christensen and Sheets, drinking at Flynn's house. It should be noted that Shannon Flynn denies this, but says it is possible he saw Mark earlier that day, though he says he cannot remember and his memory is thin. The interrogation of Shannon Flynn lasted several hours. Flynn later said, at the time, he was very young and naive, and in retrospect, the first words that came out of his mouth should have been, "I want to speak to a lawyer." Flynn spoke a little too freely about the intrigues, backroom deals, and large sums of money involved in the rare documents world, and he spoke with a little bit too much candor about his opinion of the Mormon Church. Investigators quickly obtained a warrant to search Flynn's apartment to look for bomb materials. They launched a pre-dawn raid in the early hours of October 19th, only a few hours after Flynn had left the station. The police found an unregistered, fully automatic Uzi machine gun that Hofmann had bought for Flynn in 1984. Police also found a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook, a work that has had a lot of hysteria floating around it, and did so at the time, and which contained bomb-making instructions. Shannon Flynn was charged with the unlawful possession of a weapon, held over the weekend, and then released on a $50,000 bond. Salt Lake City police procured a warrant to search Flynn's storage locker, where the bombs potentially could have been constructed. They found nothing. On Monday, October 21st, Flynn was subjected to another interrogation. He was given a polygraph test and passed it with flying colors. Meanwhile, the police search of his storage locker had discovered babkas, zip, zilch. Shannon Flynn told the media he had nothing to do with the bombings and, quote, "I'm just a pawn in a very big game, and I just got crushed in the traffic." Meanwhile, after a successful round of surgeries, Mark Hofmann was released from hospital, still in a wheelchair, as his right knee healed, and with his right hand looking worse for wear, with his middle finger joint reattached and his other fingernails still blackened from the explosion. Dory Hofmann was glad to have him home, but sensed that something was amiss. Quote, "Talking to Mark, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what was wrong. It was like, something's off." On the evening of October 21st, Salt Lake City News aired an interview with a man named Bruce Passy, a witness from the Judge Building. He said that, a few hours before Stephen Christensen's murder, he had ridden the elevator with a suspicious man holding a brown package. Passy happened to glance over at the package and saw the writing in black felt pen, "To Steve Christensen." The man was around 5'8", medium build, brown hair, and around 30 to 35 years old. Passy also took note of the fact that he was wearing a green Letterman jacket. That evening, Brent Metcalf watched the interview with Passy. His ears perked up at the mention of a green Letterman jacket. Something immediately clicked in Metcalf's mind. It was Hofmann. Metcalf picked up the phone and called the police. Years later, Brent Metcalf remarked, "I remember hearing Mark say, 'I hope they catch the bastards that did this.' And little did I realize that I was sitting next to the bastard that did this." At 6 p.m. the following evening, a team of Salt Lake City homicide detectives arrived at Mark Hofmann's house with a search warrant. Mark and Dory Hofmann were in the living room at the time. Mark was playing with his youngest child. Dory went to the door. The officers told her they had a warrant to search the place and to hand over any keys. The search took 3 hours. 30 containers of books, documents, and receipts were removed. Police found no evidence of bomb-making in Hofmann's basement workshop. It cleaned that up. But buried in the bedroom closet, the police found the one thing, above all others, that they were looking for: a green Letterman jacket. The Ballad of Michael Hansen. Mark Hofmann matched the description of the bombing suspect given by Bruce Passy, who proceeded to give a formal identification of Hofmann to police. The other witness who saw Hofmann in the Judge Building, Janet McDermott, who had an office across the hall and was injured in the explosion, was not able to give a definitive identification. Combined with the green Letterman jacket found in Hofmann's house, Public Prosecutor Jerry Dahlia wanted to arrest him straight away. But his chief investigator, Michael George, stopped him with one single question. "What's your motive?" There was not any indication that Hofmann would have felt animosity towards Stephen Christensen for the White Salamander deal, and still less for Gary Sheets. The McClellan deal was murky, but as far as police knew, Hofmann's reputation stood to benefit from its success, and nothing explained why Hofmann would blow himself up along with destroying the McClellan collection. Police knew that Hofmann had some debts owed to the bank and various trading partners, but Hofmann stood to sell the oath of a freeman for hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million. That seemed to remove money as a motive as well. And, again, If Hofmann needed money, why destroy the valuable McClellan collection and kill Christensen, the agent trying to procure it for the church? And what monetary gain was there in Hofmann targeting Gary Sheets? None. It didn't make sense. On October 23rd, the Mormon Church gave a press conference where Gordon B. Hinckley said that Hofmann had acquired some 40 documents for the church since 1980. Some Hofmann had donated, some were purchased by Mormon brethren and then donated, and 2 documents the church had purchased directly, the Anthon transcript featuring Mormon hieroglyphics, and a letter supposedly by Joseph Smith advising the use of magic sticks and folk magic to find treasure. Then Apostle Dallin Oakes affirmed that the church had arranged an $185K loan for Hofmann to acquire the McClellan collection and donate it. Hinckley emphasized that he didn't know Hofmann very well, and Oakes emphasized that the McClellan collection was of little interest to the church, or so he said. Meanwhile, Mark Hofmann was questioned by police. He denied being the bomber. He said he had no idea who the bomber was. Privately, Hofmann had told his wife and some of his colleagues that he thought someone high up in the Mormon Church didn't want the McClellan collection going public. Hofmann told police the Texas version of the McClellan acquisition, not the New York one. The church had arranged for him to receive a $185K loan to purchase the collection, and had gone down to Texas in July to get it. As for Alvin Rust, Hofmann said he'd put money toward the purchase, but it had been eaten up in the bidding war. That's why he needed the church loan. Hofmann denied purchasing the McClellan collection in New York in April, saying at that point in the bidding war the deal had fallen through. Hofmann was subjected to a polygraph test. He not only beat it with flying colors, he beat it with the highest truthfulness score possible. Polygraphs, of course, have long since been revealed to be unreliable, only proving accurate around 70 to 80% of the time, and they are inadmissible in court. But the fact that Hofmann did so well has since caused some analysts to conclude that Hofmann was always a stone-cold psychopath. It certainly goes some way toward explaining his propensity toward lying and his callous, selfish disregard for human life. Hoffman's account was supported by the testimony of Shannon Flynn and, when they finally got a hold of him, Hugh Pinnock. When Pinnock was questioned, he was quick to emphasize that the church did not intend to buy the McClellan collection in order to keep it from the public. In fact, quote, it was not really that significant an item of interest for the church. Or so he said. On October 25th, Hugh Pinnock announced to the press that he would be repaying the $185K loan given to Hofmann for the McClellan collection. Quote, although I am not legally obligated to the bank, I feel morally and ethically responsible to make certain that the bank does not suffer any loss as a result of the loan to Mr. Hofmann. From Hoffmann's perspective, this was one more debt down, reducing what he owed to people to around $585,000. A half-decent deal selling the Oath of a Freeman should cover that. Things seemed to be turning a corner for Hofmann, provided he could keep himself out of jail. According to some reports, around this time Mark Hofmann's father, Bill, allegedly told his son that if he was behind the bombings, that he should confess and ask for the death penalty by firing squad. Only then could Hofmann's soul be cleansed and stand a chance of joining his family in the highest of the three heavens, the celestial kingdom. In response, Mark Hofmann allegedly assured his father that he had nothing to do with the bombings. Meanwhile, ATF agent Jerry Taylor recognized a part of the bomb that killed Kathy Sheets as a product commonly sold at Radio Shack. Police canvassed every Radio Shack in Salt Lake City and discovered that one store at the Cottonwood Mall had sold a mercury switch that could be used in bomb making to someone identifying themselves as Mike Hansen and giving an address that turned out to be an empty lot. Police felt fairly confident that they'd found an alias by the bomb maker. The question was whether they could connect Mike Hansen to Mark Hofmann. On October 31st, police arrested Mark Hofmann for facilitating Shannon Flynn's purchase of an unregistered Uzi machine gun. That same day, Hofmann pled not guilty before a judge and, with the financial assistance of Dory's cousin Ken Woolley, posted a $50,000 bond and was allowed to return home to continue his recuperation. Hofmann was warned not to leave Salt Lake City. But to many people, the idea that Mark Hofmann, the history nerd, was a killer seemed unthinkable. The wealthy lawyer and collector Brent Ashworth met with Police Chief Bud Willoughby and said that while Hofmann was frivolous with his money and had been dishonorable in some of his document dealings in the past, Ashworth didn't think that Hofmann was a killer. He told Chief Willoughby, "I think you've got the wrong man." Additionally, Brent Metcalf, Hoffman's researcher who had called the cops about the Letterman jacket, began to have doubts about his employer's guilt as well. Metcalf began to suspect that someone, perhaps somebody in the church, had set Hofmann up. Hoffman's neighbors also rallied around him. As far as they knew, he was a good Mormon, a credit to his community, and a harmless man with quiet manners and a high-pitched voice. Even in the public at large, people were skeptical that Hofmann, himself a bombing victim, had anything to do with it. Perhaps he was being persecuted needlessly, like Shannon Flynn was. Perhaps the police were grasping at straws. Media attention began to swing back to Stephen Christensen's former business with Gary Sheets. There were rumors of fraud and corruption, of Vegas hitmen. It didn't help that Gary Sheets had been fairly emotionless when talking to the media about his murdered wife. Some people inevitably interpreted that stoicism as a sign of guilt. The police themselves had not abandoned the idea that the bombings had more to do with Christensen and Sheets and their failed business, and that Hofmann was just a sideshow. Christensen had told authorities that he was willing to testify in any fraud trial should charges be brought. There were rumors of mafia connections to their investment company, and they certainly wouldn't shy from revenge against Christensen and Sheets if one of them chose to testify. As November dawned, the police investigated every angle of Hofmann's business dealings. They couldn't find a clear motive for murder to bring charges. Investigators even floated a theory that Hofmann, his employees, and some of his business associates were secretly gay, and that things had escalated to murder to keep things quiet. Even more tenuously, police considered the possibility that Hofmann may have been connected to the Fundamentalist Church of Latter-day Saints and secretly engaged in polygamy. But none of this was particularly solid. Meanwhile, Hofmann sat recuperating at home. He frequently would watch the story on the news in front of his wife and kids. Hofmann would crack jokes about how he, the prime suspect, was being mentioned on television. It made Dory Hofmann uncomfortable. On November 5th, Spencer W. Kimball, the president, prophet, seer, and revelator of the Mormon Church, died at age 90. More than 6,000 people attended his funeral in Temple Square. Kimball was succeeded in the presidency by Ezra Taft Benson, a man of the sprightly age of just 86 years old. As before, Gordon B. Hinckley, practically a baby at the age of 75, remained the power behind the throne. He gave a public address saying that he hoped and prayed that the trying times of the past 5 years, with the new historical discoveries, controversies, and deaths, were behind them. In a sense, perhaps Hinckley's prayers were answered. Investigators had been gradually combing the 30 crates of material they had seized from Mark Hofmann's home. Roughly 2 weeks into their examination of hundreds of documents, investigators alighted on a small slip of paper, a handwritten receipt from the Cox and Clark Engraving Company. It was made out to Mike Hansen, a match for the name with the bogus address, who had bought some potential bomb-making materials from Radio Shack. The chief investigator at the county attorney's office, Michael George, placed a telephone call to the business number on the receipt. He identified himself as Mike Hansen and claimed he needed a more detailed itemization of his purchases for tax purposes. George provided a fax number. Cox and Clark duly sent over an itemized receipt. A man going by Mike Hansen had paid for 2 zinc engravings that could be used as printing plates for Deseret dollars, the currency used by Mormon settlers in Utah between 1848 and 1858. Deseret currency was now a rare antique, highly sought after by collectors. This Mike Hansen appeared to want to counterfeit them for sale, and the receipt for the printing plates had been found in Mark Hofmann's house. The chief investigator's deception rendered the itemized list inadmissible in court, but they could always follow up with a subpoena to get the list again. In the meantime, investigators had discovered a potential motive for why Hofmann would murder Stephen Christensen and why he would blow himself up along with the so-called McClellan collection that no one but him had actually seen. Mark Hofmann was a forger. Cracks in a criminal's story. The county public prosecutor's office put in a request with the Mormon Church to send the white salamander letter to an FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, to see if it was a forgery. The idea that all the damaging materials that Hofmann had uncovered in the past 5 years might be malicious fakes certainly appealed to the Mormon leadership. They were suddenly in a rush to be very helpful. The salamander letter was promptly dispatched to the FBI. The Salt Lake investigation team separately acquired the services of George Throckmorton, a documents expert at the Utah Attorney General's office. One of the first things Throckmorton did was look into Dean Jesse, the expert at the Mormon Church Historical Department, who had helped authenticate the salamander letter. To Throckmorton's irritation, he discovered that Jesse was not a trained documents expert, but a historian. George Throckmorton was a Mormon, and as such, he feared that his religion might bias him as he examined the other documents Hofmann had produced. He might be too eager to prove that Hofmann's more damaging finds were forgeries. So Throckmorton hired Bill Flynn, a forensic documents analyst at the Arizona State Crime Laboratory, to work as his partner. Flynn was not a Mormon. He was a lapsed Catholic. When Bill Flynn told Throckmorton that fact over the phone, the latter's reply was simply, quote, perfect. In December, Mark Hofmann's defense lawyer, Ron Yengich, told him that, given the authorities had not arrested and charged him for the bombings, it seemed unlikely to happen at all. That just left the firearms charge to deal with. Hofmann began to exert pressure on Justin Schiller to sell the Oath of a Freeman. They subjected the document to even more radiometric tests to underline its authenticity. Meanwhile, the imperfections in the copy matched those of the other documents printed on the same press in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1639. If the American Antiquarian Society didn't want to pay at least $1 million for it, Hofmann said they should find another buyer or sell it at auction to the highest bidder. The major obstacle to that sale was now questions about Hofmann's credibility as a document dealer, given the forgery allegations now swirling around him. However, on December 10th, the FBI sent Salt Lake City investigators a preliminary report stating that they had found the white salamander letter to be genuine. This rehabilitated Hofmann's reputation somewhat, and appeared to make an impending sale of the Oath of a Freeman even more likely. Meanwhile, Hofmann started boasting to several of his colleagues that he was already getting offers to buy the book and movie rights to his story. Also, Dory Hofmann defended her husband, saying, quote, Mark is as honest as Joseph Smith. County prosecutor Jerry Dahlia, who was not a Mormon, agreed with her. He hung the quote up in his office. The FBI finding was a blow to the investigator's case, but documents expert George Throckmorton was angered by what he perceived to be the, quote, incompetence and shallowness of the FBI's analysis of the salamander letter. On December 17th, George Throckmorton and Bill Flynn were given access to the historical archives of the Mormon Church to examine the 40-odd other documents beside the salamander letter that Hofmann had acquired. Giving two men not employed or otherwise affiliated with the church hierarchy access to the archives was fairly unprecedented, especially in Bill Flynn's case because he wasn't even a Mormon. Usually, access to the church archives was restricted to pre-approved Mormon historians and researchers only. And now, Throckmorton and Flynn were setting up a makeshift laboratory right in the archive itself. A church lawyer tried to insist that a security guard be with them at all times, but this was slapped down by a judge. The archives were behind locked doors and 2 security checkpoints anyway. Throckmorton and Flynn spent a total of 110 hours examining documents provided to the church by Mark Hofmann and comparing them to documents that were acquired by other means. They noticed that several of Hoffman's documents seemed to give a pale blue glow when placed under ultraviolet light, implying the antique documents had been subjected to some kind of chemical process. However, this could have been the result of innocent efforts at document preservation. Then, when placing some of Hoffman's documents under magnification, Throckmorton noticed that the writing consistently had tiny little cracks in the ink, like alligator skin. If they were forgeries, the ink might have cracked if Hofmann had exposed the documents to heat and oxidizing chemicals to speed up the weathering process and to make them look older than they really were. If the documents had aged naturally, the cracking in the ink would not occur. 11 documents in the church's archives had cracked ink. All of them were acquired by Hofmann. A few dozen more Hofmann documents of lesser value did not have cracks and were likely authentic. Throckmorton and Flynn compared the documents with cracked ink, including the Joseph Smith blessing naming his son as his successor, to other Mormon documents from the time period, including letters by Joseph Smith and Martin Harris. Only the Hofmann materials had cracks. They widened their search to historical documents Hofmann had sold to people like Brent Ashworth. A total of 21 of 79 Hofmann documents that Throckmorton and Flynn examined had cracked ink. They could not find a single case that did not pass through Hofmann's hands. In January, the FBI returned the White Salamander letter to the Salt Lake investigation team, still claiming it was genuine. It only took Throckmorton and Flynn a few minutes looking at the letter to determine that it also had cracked ink. Bingo. The authorities had their smoking gun. Investigators brought in even more experts who found discrepancies in the handwriting of Joseph Smith, Martin Harris, and Emma Hale, and so forth, that indicated they'd all been forged by the same hand. Hofmann was good, but there were small, telltale signs in his writing that he couldn't always erase. Even the Anthon transcript, which had shot Hofmann to fame in 1980, was revealed by a handwriting expert to be a fake. Investigators kept this knowledge internal for the time being, but it seemed pretty clear that a jury could be convinced that Mark Hofmann was a forger and therefore might have a motive for murder and to fake the destruction of the non-existent McClellan collection. On February 4th, 1986, Mark Hofmann was arrested and charged for the murders of Stephen Christensen and Kathy Sheets, for constructing and delivering a bomb, and for 28 counts of fraud and theft by deception. At his arraignment, Hofmann pleaded not guilty. He intended to fight. 5 days later, Hofmann was released on a $250,000 bond, with the financial assistance of his parents putting up their home as collateral. His father, Bill Hofmann, said at the bail hearing, "If a bond needs to be given, fine. My son's word is as good as any bond you're going to get. He's an honest businessman." At the time, Bill Hofmann had privately told his family that he'd received a vision from God that told him Mark was innocent. Meanwhile, police attention turned to the oath of a freeman, which, after exhaustive state-of-the-art testing, both the Library of Congress and American Antiquarian Society had dated to the mid-17th century. Back in Utah, however, Salt Lake City County Attorney Ted Cannon told the investigations team, "You know what? I think this is another piss-poor paste-up job." The oath of a freeman was printed, not handwritten, so it was more difficult to find discrepancies. But they'd found in Hofmann's home a receipt for a Mike Hansen purchasing 2 zinc plates for rare Deseret currency from Cox & Clark Engraving. So investigators began looking for other engravers who could have created the plates for an oath of a freeman forgery. And this was where they hit pay dirt. Police approached Dubuziak Printing Company in Salt Lake City. In their records was an order made by one Mike Hansen for an engraving on a printing plate dated March 8, 1985. It was an engraving of the oath of a freeman, and March 8th was 3 days before Hofmann flew to New York to make his accidental discovery of the oath at the Argosy bookstore. The bill was for $47.59. The man, calling himself Mike Hansen, had paid most of it in cash. However, he was $2 short, so he made out a personal check for $2 to cover the balance. The signature on the check was Mark Hofmann's. The printed names on the personalized checks were Mark and Dory Hofmann. Here was definitive proof that Mark Hofmann was Mike Hansen, the same alias used to purchase bomb materials at a Radio Shack several days before the murder of Stephen Christensen and Kathy Sheets. This clinched the case. The oath of a freeman was a forgery. Mark Hofmann was a fraud. And Mark Hofmann was a murderer. Police followed this up with finding Heisler Engraving in Kansas City, Missouri, who made printing plates for the rare 12-page 1848 Latter-day Saints Emigrant's Guide. The buyer was Mike Hansen. The bill was for $389.69, and $169.69 of that bill was paid with a personalized check signed by Mark Hofmann. It was the final nail in his coffin. Blood atonement. The preliminary hearing for the trial of Mark Hofmann began on April 14th, 1986. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether the prosecution has enough evidence to proceed to a jury trial. Hofmann's plea was not guilty. He intended to fight on. But then the prosecution laid out their case. Witness Janet McDermott described the last moments of Stephen Christensen's life, weeping in agony. Bruce Passy identified Mark Hofmann as the man with the bomb package. Alvin Rust, Thomas Wilding, and Brent Ashworth described how Hofmann cheated them of thousands of dollars. Hofmann's employee, Lynn Jacobs, testified about being his stool pigeon. Hugh Pinnock spoke about the bank loan and Hofmann promising the McClellan collection. Employees from Heisler Engraving, DeBusiak Printing, and Cox & Clark Engraving described Mike Hansen ordering printing plates, and 2 personal checks from Mark Hofmann were presented to the court. The prosecution presented Hofmann's fingerprint on one of the Mike Hansen order forms, as was the record of Mike Hansen buying bomb-making materials from the Salt Lake City Radio Shack. Throckmorton and Flynn testified about the many forgeries with cracked ink. Throckmorton then went through the exhaustive list of works that he had determined to be Hofmann forgeries, listing them one after the other. Detective Bell testified that Christensen had told Hofmann to turn over the McClellan collection or pay back the $185,000 loan immediately, or else, quote, he would make sure that Hofmann would be charged criminally, that he would be charged civilly, that he would be excommunicated from the church, and that he would no longer be dealing in Mormon documents, which is basically his livelihood. If Hofmann removes Mr. Christensen, the one thing he removes is that threat. Dory Hofmann attended the first day of the preliminary hearing, but so overwhelming was the evidence against her husband that she left and never came back. Gordon B. Hinckley was conspicuously absent as a witness, but with many stipulations from church lawyers, he was willing to submit a short written statement about his dealings with Mark Hofmann. The hearing had to be suspended for 10 days on April 15th, when Hofmann fell over and busted his right knee, which had so recently been reconstructed after a piece of metal had been lodged in it from the third bombing. When the preliminary hearing resumed, an additional 27 witnesses gave evidence over the course of 3 weeks. On May 22, 1986, the judge determined there was sufficient evidence for Mark Hofmann to stand trial. Outside the courtroom, his lawyer, Ron Yengich, predictably told the gathered reporters that Hofmann would be acquitted. Several weeks later, the court ruled that Hofmann would face 5 separate trials for murder, fraud, theft by deception, for constructing and delivering a bomb, and a separate charge in New York for the forgery of the oath of a freeman. The first trial for the 2 murders was scheduled to begin on March 2, 1987. After his preliminary hearing, Mark Hofmann and his wife, Dory, were estranged. Dory claims that she was shocked and disgusted that her husband, whom she had thought was a good Mormon and a legitimate document dealer, had turned out to be a forger, charlatan, and cold-blooded murderer. For his part, Hofmann expressed the belief that once he was acquitted, they would reconcile. And so, several months passed with the defense and prosecution preparing for trial, until, in early December 1986, lead prosecutor Bob Stott called Hoffman's lawyer, Ron Yengich, on the phone. Stott said, quote, "Ron, if we're ever going to talk, we better do it now." Stott and Yengich spoke frankly. They both knew Hofmann would likely be convicted for fraud and theft by deception. The proof of his countless forgeries and false promises to investors was plain for everyone to see. Both Stott and Yengich agreed that it was less certain if a jury would see in the Hofmann forgeries a motive for murdering Stephen Christensen over the McClellan collection and murdering Kathy Sheets as a diversion. The lawyers likened it to a coin toss. Utah had the death penalty, administered either via lethal injection or firing squad. Bob Stott said that if the case went to trial and Hofmann was convicted of murder, he would push for the death penalty. However, Stott added, if Hofmann took a plea deal, he would be satisfied with a life sentence. Yengich took the deal to his client, and Hofmann accepted. However, a few days later the deal was off. Mark Hofmann had told his father, face to face, that he was thinking about taking a plea deal. Bill Hofmann insisted that if his son was guilty, he needed to confess everything and ask for the firing squad. That was the only way Mark stood a chance of joining his family in the highest of the three heavens, the celestial kingdom, in the afterlife. It was a form of blood atonement. But Mark Hofmann didn't believe any of this rubbish, and appears to have been humoring his father for a few days, while Ron Yengich procured a statement from the Mormon Church itself saying that asking for the death penalty now wouldn't guarantee Mark Hofmann a place in the celestial kingdom. Either way, Bill Hofmann was told, his son was looking at years, centuries, or millennia in spirit prison until the second coming of Jesus Christ, followed by an afterlife in one of the two lesser heavens, or, depending on your interpretation of Mormon doctrine, the outer darkness. And so, on January 7th, 1987, Mark Hofmann, in the presence of his lawyer, began a full confession to lead prosecutor Bob Stott about the forgeries, false promises, and murders. Stott was surprised to discover that Hofmann was eager to talk at length about what he had done. Stott later wrote in his journal, "It was an amazing scene. He was very concerned about the details, as if he wanted to make sure we believed them and to show how much he had thought these things out. He wanted to let us know that the pipe bombs were of his own construction. He was very, very proud of it, and even drew a diagram for us showing how really simple the pipe bombs were." Hofmann spoke at such length they had to reconvene the following day to continue his confession. On the second day, Hofmann again went into such minute detail that they all had to gather again for a third time. On the third day, they finally finished. On January 23, 1987, Hofmann pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder, downgraded from first degree as part of the plea deal, for the deaths of Stephen Christensen and Kathy Sheets. He also pled guilty to 1 count of theft by deception for forging the White Salamander letter, and 1 count of fraud for getting Alvin Rust to invest in the McClellan collection and the First Interstate Bank to provide a loan for its purchase. All other charges were dropped, including the one in New York for forging the oath of a freeman. Before passing sentence, the judge asked Hofmann if he had anything to say. "No," came the answer. Mark Hofmann was sentenced to 5 years to life. Utah has a slightly peculiar sentencing system, in that a 5-year minimum is automatically required, and the rest is left indeterminate. The guilty party remains in prison until the Board of Pardons deems them fit for parole, if they ever do. In this case, the judge added a recommendation to the sentence that Hofmann never be released. There was speculation at the time, and in the years since, that the Mormon Church exerted pressure on Salt Lake County prosecutors to offer Hofmann a plea deal in order to prevent the scandal from being raked over in excessive detail at trial. I can find no evidence supporting this claim, but then again, perhaps I wouldn't. Counting against this theory is how Hofmann would be unlikely to plead guilty to protect the public image of the Mormon Church, something which for years he had tried to irrevocably damage with his forgeries. The desire to avoid the death penalty, and even have the vague chance of one day getting out on parole, seems like a much more solid motivation for a man like Hofmann. And perhaps the prosecution was leaned on to make the offer in the first place. We shall never know. But as bad as it was for the Mormon Church to be seen to have been swindled, it wasn't a total loss for all the damaging historical artifacts of the past 5 years to be exposed as forgeries concocted by a murderous apostate. After his conviction, Mark Hofmann was unsurprisingly excommunicated by the Mormon Church. He remained in contact with his wife for a few months in 1987, communicating with her by coded letters using very basic cryptography. When the FBI decoded these letters, they found one instance where Hofmann made death threats against the prosecution team and the judge who had sentenced him. As part of Hoffman's plea deal, in the spring of 1987, he gave Utah authorities a crash course in forgery in a series of interviews at Utah State Prison. He explained how he would practice mimicking the writing of various historical figures again and again until it was perfect. He explained how he'd sourced pieces of paper from the same time period, from blank pages torn out of old books. He explained how he'd age the ink and make the paper look weathered using simple household items. For the Oath of a Freeman, Hofmann photocopied Stephen Day's Bay Psalm Book, printed in 1640 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, on the same printing press that had produced the lost 50 copies of the Oath. He then cut out each individual letter from the photocopy and glued them on a separate sheet of paper, arranged in a format used in the 17th century. He then photocopied it again and gave it to the de Buzac Company to engrave a printing plate. Before producing the finished product, Hofmann used steel wool and an electric grinder to simulate wear and tear on some of the letters. He then used a period-accurate recipe for ink and stamped the oath on a mid-17th century piece of paper he'd stolen to fool atomic analysis. Then he put the oath in his aquarium-turned-ozone tank. For his Mormon forgeries, he tried to stick to historical precedent, basing the damaging material off old rumors about Joseph Smith from the 19th century, confirming the Mormon Church's worst fears. Joseph Smith naming his son, later leader of the Missouri Church, as his successor is one such example. Another example was 19th century critics used to claim Smith, enamored with folk magic, was led to the golden plates by a toad. That was just a hop and a skip away from a white salamander. Hofmann was particularly amused when church officials tried to pass the salamander off as a metaphor for the blinding light of an angel. It was pathetically desperate, he thought. When Hofmann was asked how he beat the lie detector test with such a high score, he claimed that he learned how to conceal his emotions as a teenager and quote-unquote hypnotize himself. Hofmann added, "I don't give myself away very easily. I can look someone in the eye and lie." The interviews concluded on May 27, 1987. Shortly thereafter, Dory Hofmann visited her husband in prison and told him that she'd filed for divorce. Hoffmann's reaction was to ban her from visiting him ever again. There have been speculations that Dory Hofmann was aware and complicit in Hoffmann's criminal activities. I have found no firm evidence for this, and the argument mostly seems to rest on the question, how could she not know? But anyone who has looked into the spouses of conmen, pedophiles, or serial killers will tell you it's a frequent occurrence for them to have no idea. Such things just don't turn up on someone's radar. Spouses don't often contemplate such monstrous things about the person they love. As it was, Mark Hofmann was asked about staging the discovery of the Anthon transcript in front of his wife in the pages of an old Bible way back in 1980. He said, quote, "As strange as it sounds, I didn't feel like I was using her. You know, she didn't ask me about my business, and I didn't volunteer information." For her part, Dory claims that in addition to Hofmann's basement workshop, he had a room in the house devoted to his office, which she was not allowed to enter, not even to clean. In the aftermath of the divorce, Dory Hofmann mixed her Mormonism with New Age spiritualism and made a living out of the latter. She later said, "I had angels helping me keep the faith. You see, the biggest disagreement between Mark and I was that he lived in the physical world. He believed in math. He believed in tangible things. He doesn't believe there is anything other than what you can see. And I know that's not the truth." After Dory filed for divorce, Hofmann tried to commit suicide with an overdose of antidepressants. He lay unconscious for 12 hours on his prison cot. The guards did not notice, because Hofmann was confined to his cell 23 hours a day. As Hofmann lay there, his right arm was trapped under his body weight, cutting off blood flow. The muscles atrophied. While he recovered in the infirmary, he discovered that he had lost the fine motor skills in his right hand that allowed him to produce such realistic forgeries. To this day, Hofmann is now compelled to write with his left hand. He likely couldn't forge a document ever again, even if he had been given the opportunity. There is, of course, a poetic justice to all this that is difficult to ignore. They don't know they're dead. On August 6, 1987, a conference was held at Brigham Young University about the Mark Hofmann affair, attended by over 1,000 people, scholars, students, and the general public. A BYU librarian said in his lecture that Mark Hofmann was a product of the church's tight control on Mormon documents and who could examine them. The librarian claimed that theft of such documents was relatively commonplace in Utah for researchers to carry out their work. He concluded, quote, "Perhaps it is a shorter step than we imagine from stealing documents or using unauthorized manuscripts to inventing them." Richard Howard, representing the reorganized Mormon Church in Missouri, chided his audience for discouraging the questioning of the Mormon faith among children and youth. Howard also declared his dedication to intellectual and free inquiry. When asked by a member of the audience whether the Missouri Church would ask the Utah Church for the return of the rare Mormon Book of Commandments worth $40,000 that Missouri had traded in exchange for the Joseph III blessing, now the latter had turned out to be a forgery, Howard shrugged and said, "A deal's a deal." Prosecutor Bob Stott also spoke at the conference. He said that Mormon historians had been fooled by Hofmann because they knew Joseph Smith had dabbled in folk magic, and they accepted the forgeries as true because they seemed to confirm their preconceptions. He was shouted down by several Mormon historians in the audience. As for the Mormon Church as a whole, in the long term, Hofmann's forgeries had the inverse effect of what he intended. He had wanted to shake people's faith, and perhaps he had succeeded between the Joseph Smith blessing in 1981 and the bombings of 1985. But once Hofmann was revealed to be a malicious forger, this arguably redoubled the faith of many Mormons and made them even more skeptical of historical revisionism that seemed to contradict what they'd been taught by the church since childhood. The worst damage inflicted by Hofmann's secret war became a mere blip on the radar. Gordon B. Hinckley suffered no long-term damage to his reputation for having been swindled and caught suppressing documents. He became president, prophet, seer, and revelator of the Mormon Church in 1995 at the tender young age of 84, and remained so until his death at age 97 in 2008. The membership of the Mormon Church blossomed from 6.5 million people in 1985 to 17.5 million people today. Its members are strongly encouraged to donate 10% of their income to the church in a practice called tithing, bringing in an estimated $7 billion per year. The Mormon Church claims to give $1.3 billion a year to charity, while a 2019 whistleblower report by David Nielsen claimed the church had amassed a $100 billion investment fund and actually gives only around $10 million to charity per year, or less than 1% of its annual income. On January 28, 1988, Mark Hofmann came before the Utah Board of Pardons. His lawyers were hoping to get him released after serving just 7 years, though a more realistic expectation, if things went well, was that Hofmann would be paroled after serving 20. Hofmann's psychological examination had determined that he had narcissistic personality disorder, with possible psychopathy. He scored in the 98th percentile with an IQ of 137. Hofmann's behavior during his interview with the Board of Pardons did him no favors. He said, "As far back as I can remember, I've liked to impress people through my deceptions. Fooling people gave me a sense of power and superiority." He characterized his forgeries as, quote, "harmless experimentation rather than criminal. I have always been fascinated with the idea of why people believe what they do. Toying with them, I guess, would be more of an experimentation on my part, a way to analyze or try to figure out why people believe what they do." On the bomb that killed Kathy Sheets, Hofmann likened it to a game, saying he didn't care if Gary Sheets, a child, or a dog was killed. When asked if he felt remorse, Hofmann responded, "I definitely feel remorse." The interviewer followed up with, "For yourself, your family, or your victims?" Hofmann answered, "Part of my philosophy of life is that victims are not suffering at this point. As for my family, it's obviously harder on them than it is on me. I figure I deserve what I get." The interviewer asked, "Do you think you should ever be free?" Hofmann paused thoughtfully and said, "That's a good question. I think that someday I should be free." However, the Utah Board of Pardons determined that Mark Hofmann should spend the rest of his natural life in prison. 2 months later, a few inmates at Utah State Prison approached administrators, claiming that Mark Hofmann had offered them at least $10,000 if their friends on the outside carried out hits on the members of the Board of Pardons, preferably with bombs. He also tried to take out a hit on George Throckmorton, the document analyst who had played a significant role in exposing Hofmann and bringing him to justice. In response to these threats, the chief investigator for the arson and bomb unit at the county prosecutor's office, Michael George, went to interview Hofmann in prison. After initial denials, Hofmann eventually admitted to discussing with other inmates the possibility of taking out hits on the Board of Pardons and other individuals. Michael George then turned to the topic of other Hofmann forgeries that might still be out there. Hofmann said there were hundreds, collectively worth around $2 million, including an Emily Dickinson poem he'd simply made up. As mentioned earlier, that poem wasn't discovered as a forgery until it was sold again at auction in 1997. When George turned the conversation to Stephen Christensen and Kathy Sheets, Hofmann said, "I don't feel anything for them. My philosophy is that they're dead. They're not suffering. I think that life is basically worthless. They could have died just as easily in a car accident. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the afterlife. They don't know they're dead." Michael George then asked, "Why did you plead guilty?" Hofmann answered, "You don't see me sitting on death row, do you? I love it down here. I'm basically a loner. I always have been. I've been alone all my life. I've never had many friends. I'm in my cell 23 hours a day. I have lots of time to read. I've got a TV. I like being alone. Prison suits me to a T." Hofmann then told George about how, after the McClellan collection, he planned to quote-unquote discover the 116 original pages of the Book of Mormon that the church was rumored to be willing to pay up to $25 million for, or roughly $75 million in modern money. Hofmann intended it to be full of talk of folk magic and embarrassing paganistic hogwash, along with a plethora of contradictions and historical inaccuracies. It would have been the death blow to the Mormon religion. Quote, "It was all set up and ready to go." And what he found the most funny, Hofmann said, was his version of the 116 pages probably wouldn't be too far afield from the nonsense Joseph Smith had actually written. Meanwhile, Bill Hofmann spent the rest of his life struggling with the knowledge that his son was an apostate, liar, thief, forger, and murderer. Back in 1980, Bill had been so proud of his son for discovering the so-called Anthon transcript. Bill Hofmann had been diagnosed with cancer at the time, and family members said that his son's discovery had carried him through. Only a few years later, his son told him bluntly that it was all a lie, and that he had done monstrous things to destroy the church his father loved. Bill Hofmann died at age 64 in 1993. Another one of the casualties of Mark Hofmann's war, the wealthy lawyer and collector Brent Ashworth, had a somewhat happier ending. It had been a rough time for Ashworth. He had spent upwards of $500,000 on buying rare documents from Mark Hofmann over the years. He had traveled the United States, holding up Hofmann's letters, claiming them as evidence that the Book of Mormon was true. And when Hofmann's works were revealed as forgeries, the worth of Brent Ashworth's collection vanished in a puff of smoke, causing him to burn through his retirement savings to make up the loss. Worse still, during the period of the Salt Lake City bombings, Brent Ashworth had taken his family into hiding, and, in the process of this, his son had been hit by a car and put into a coma. The boy died a few months later. In 1987, Ashworth said to a friend, quote, "I wish I could have exchanged places with Steve Christensen." But Ashworth's story did not end in pure misery. During the Hofmann investigation in 1985 and 1986, a journalist from the Salt Lake Tribune, Don House, tracked down some elements of the real McClellan collection, being kept in the Texas home of Otis Trauber, a descendant of a close friend of William McClellan. These materials included McClellan's journals from 1831 to 1836, and assorted papers from 1854 to 1880. McClellan was certainly critical of Joseph Smith, his polygamy and adultery, the strange rituals he introduced, and even gives an account of Joseph Smith and his followers getting shit-faced off alcohol in Kirtland, Ohio, in 1836, when consumption of alcohol was proscribed by the Mormon religion. But the materials did not contain allegations that were as damning as Hofmann had threatened, damning evidence that would have exposed Smith to even the most devout Mormons as a conscious charlatan and total fraud. Furthermore, as Hofmann's legal prosecution unfolded, the Mormon Church itself discovered even more of the real McClellan collection in its own archives. It had actually been acquired in 1908, but the Church had simply forgotten about its existence, or suppressed it, depending on your point of view. But despite all these rediscoveries, there was still a missing notebook of McClellan's. 2 partial pages of it were photographed in the 1920s, and an extract from the notebook had been published in a newspaper printed by the Missouri Reorganized Church in 1929. But it had since disappeared. Brent Ashworth spent nearly 2 decades searching for this lost notebook. In 2009, he found it in the hands of a private seller who was a descendant of a Missouri church apostle, Paul M. Hansen. In the notebook, McClellan reflects on the experience of the witnesses to the golden plates, and while he is critical of the church leadership, McClellan affirms his belief in the divine origins of the Book of Mormon. Given McClellan's antipathy toward Joseph Smith, this might seem confusing, but it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone that religion does strange things to people, and a deeply rooted faith that informs your entire worldview, encompasses every fiber of your being, and connects you to your loved ones and wider community, is not so easily shaken off. Regardless, Brent Ashworth had achieved what Mark Hofmann had only pretended to do. He had found a rare document from Mormon history, something Ashworth had been fascinated with his entire life, and had once paid a premium for. Today, Ashworth runs a rare book, document, and artifact business in Provo, Utah, along with a YouTube channel, History Geek, with 566 subscribers and 137 videos at time of writing, still active as of 5 months ago. His channel covers various topics in American history, the Civil War to Billy the Kid to Babyface Nelson, along with displaying rare artifacts. His recent participation in a history podcast in April 2025 implies Ashworth is still going strong, doing what he loves. Mark Hofmann, meanwhile, remains incarcerated, now at the Central Utah Correctional Facility in Gunnison. At time of writing, he has been imprisoned for 38 years. He is now 70 years old. He has visibly deteriorated over the years. Once a shining star of the history world, he was exposed as a liar, murderer, and monster. He will never be free. And, in the opinion of many, nor should he be. Hofmann's world may have no afterlife, something on which I and many others would agree. But he is an abject lesson that it still matters how you live your life and conduct yourself toward others in the here and now on earth. With any luck, whatever you believe, you will find some solace, purpose, and fulfillment in life, and see the value in acting with decency, compassion, and honor until the end of your days. Thank you for watching.